set up where they can throw a couple up here real fast, like. You need some help.
Chairs.
Yeah, all it needs is chairs.
And some people were probably in airplanes headed this way, and some in automobiles headed this way, so we did check around with Tupelo and a couple of places north Mississippi, see if they were gonna be able to get in. And after checking with Joe Davis, we decided if they could get here from Tupelo, that we'd probably have a four. Well, anyhow, we do have several people absent, and the reason they're not here is because of the ice storm that we had. People out of Greenville and Cleveland and Grenada and a couple other places were not able to get in because of the ice storm. I want to apologize for being late myself. We've had a very tough situation going on in this town for the last 2 months. We recently organized a policemen's union. Some of you know about this, some of you don't. We've had a real problem here with the mayor of this town and the city council in terms of trying to get proper recognition. And we had a very historic thing happen here tonight for the information of those of you that were not able to see the news. The local chapter of NAACP tonight endorsed the policemen's union in this city and urged the city council to proceed therefore. Well, that's the reason we're late, and we'll talk about that some more. That has finished eating, so we're gonna get the meeting underway. We placed before you a simple agenda. You note on that agenda we have with us tonight the Honorable George Rogers, member of the Mississippi House of Representatives. Mr. Rogers has served a number of terms in the House of Representatives. He's from Warren County. He is currently serving as chairman of the House Education Committee. I've been knowing the gentleman for a number of years, and I've long looked upon him as being probably one of the best qualified, most intelligent members of that august body over there. He's a very progressive-minded young man. I've asked him here tonight to talk to you primarily about education. The governor appointed a committee, a special committee to study education in Mississippi. Mr. Rogers was on that committee. They recently issued their report, which sorry I wasn't able to get sufficient copies for the full board. I did get enough copies passed out to the members of the executive committee about a month ago. I have had an opportunity to read the report, haven't studied it in detail, but in my opinion, the committee has done an excellent job in putting this document together. I told George Rogers a few minutes ago while we were chatting that I could see George Rogers all over this document. And I'm very happy tonight, of course, that George has found the time to come over and spend a little time with us. Now, we're not limiting George on his remarks. He's free to speak about any subject that he has on his mind. But we've had another situation develop since I invited him to address this meeting. And that's the fact that the Speaker of the House is on the critical list. He will not be around for the opening days of this session. The first order of business by this session next Tuesday will probably be that of electing a temporary Speaker of the House. And a lot is going to ride on who winds up with that position. George might well want to touch on that situation a little bit in his remarks. I've advised him that he has all the time that he needs. After he's completed his remarks, we'd like to afford you with an opportunity to ask him some questions. So, George, it's a pleasure, old friend, to have you over here tonight. We appreciate you coming. This time it's all yours. Get with it.
Thank you very much, Claude. It's always nice to have such a fine introduction and get all those nice things said about you. And I particularly like one word of that, and you call me young.
Right.
And I'm getting to the stage where I like to hear that.
So do I.
Well, I thought to say it may be because we've been coming up together.
Well, we have been around a while, haven't we?
As you say, we've been working together on legislative problems in the state of Mississippi for many years, and I have always valued the advice, counsel, and support that your president has given to those of us in the legislature, like myself, who are there. Primarily, we hope to try to move this state forward. Of course, education has been my principal, but not my only concern in the legislature for a long time, and so your president asked me to speak about a subject that's near and dear to my heart. It's not near and dear to my heart just because I like education per se, but I am old enough to have come up, as practically everybody in this room did, in the days of the Depression, and remember how poor Mississippi was, and in my way of thinking, education and economic development and raising the standard of living of our people just go hand in glove, and you can't have one without the other. And that is my real reason for taking such an interest in promoting the educational system of this state, because as a young man, I determined that if I wanted to be in political life at all in Mississippi, that was the number one goal of anybody that ought to be in public life in Mississippi, and that is to raise the economic standard of all the people of this state. I was privileged to be invited to a sort of think tank session that the governor put together this afternoon, with which the business school deans and leaders from the universities and a lot of high-powered business executives from the state were in, and they went around the room talking about economic development in Mississippi, and it was amazing the consensus that existed that education is the necessary prerequisite to getting our standard of living up. Now, it's not the only thing. I know that, but as I say, you can't have one without the other. There are other things we need too, and I know that.
We're working on that other.
Yeah. But this report that the president has referred to was put together by a group of lay people, legislators, and educators, and whereas, of course, like any other group report, I don't subscribe 100% to every detail of the specific means of implementing this. This report, in my opinion, does strike at the heart of what we need to do to improve the educational system of this state, and ties in with this goal of economic development. And what did this committee come out with? The first recommendation that's listed is titled this way: the need to provide for the individual needs of every student through implementation of a thorough career education program. And I think that this is correct. Too long, the traditional school program was just an academic education program. And that's fine for some people, particularly those who are interested in pursuing a higher education and going to college. that isn't everybody's cup of tea. And we need an educational program that is geared to everybody's needs. Now, I would not be in favor of it if, as in some states, they said, all right, we're going to just compartmentalize education. They tried this in England. I'm somewhat familiar with the English school system. They said we're going to have 2 tracks. One's going to be academic, the college-bound, educational elite, and the other's going to be the vocational and technical track. And at 11 years of age, you had to choose. So they chose you, and you went on one track or the other, and never the twain shall meet. That's not the idea of this program. And it's not called vocational and technical education. Even it's called occupational program. In other words, it's to prepare people for life, whether it be as a college professor, a lawyer, a doctor, a mechanic, a boilermaker, whatever, a farmer, or somebody who's running a shop. It's to gear the schools first to make the students aware of what's out there in the real world of work after they get out of school, so that they can make intelligent choices. That's one of our problems. I see so many of our young people. And I have a son of my own that's just that way. When he got out of high school, he hadn't the foggiest idea what he wanted to do. And this is the cause of a great deal of wasted effort and unhappiness and lack of productivity. We need to let people know what's out there and try to get them to take advantage of what's there, get them motivated. Then we've got to broaden our education system, not suppress what we've got, but broaden it so that we do have programs that fit the individual needs of that person. And say, we all know that not everybody's cut out to be a lawyer or a doctor, and not everybody's cut out to be a farmer. We need to provide the vocational and technical training and skills training to equip people to get out and earn a living in a productive way after they get out of school. This program is sort of just, the idea is to change directions and commit ourselves to setting up an educational system on that order. It's not something that immediately calls for the expenditure of a lot of money. Now the second thing is titled this: Need for every child in Mississippi to receive basic training in reading, writing, and computational skills, as well as an understanding of civic and social responsibility through a school attendance counseling act. Well,
that was a clever title. How did you arrive at that title?
That wasn't my idea. I can't claim credit. I already filed a compulsory school attendance.
I know,
law and
they
just
changed
called
the
it
title
that.
on the act, and that's the reason I asked.
This was an attempt, in a way, maybe to sugarcoat the idea of compulsory school attendance for some people that just, semantics is important. And some people can't swallow compulsory, but they might swallow it if you put a sugar coat around the pill. We all I think people in this room would agree, we need a dose of medicine in this state. And how do we get the patient to take it? Well, that's really what this is, although it's not just semantics either. And this was, we had long, of course, heated discussions about what we should do about this problem of dropouts, this problem of kids who never get a basic education. And as many people pointed out, just putting a law in the books sending the constable out there with a gun and saying, you will go to school. That's really not the answer. The old saying goes, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And we need to take an approach that will exhaust every effort short of legal force to get people in school. And when we get them there, to try to put them in a program that will keep them there and keep them interested. So that I believe this is a much better approach than the one that we've been hammering at, and that is just saying we're going to have compulsory education. There is in this act enough legal sanction that if all else fails, then there is the stick behind the back that enforcement could be used through the youth court procedure, which is the way to handle it, in my opinion. So I think we made a great step forward that a group like this, and we're strong backing the government, is pushing this act, because we know that we are going to continue to be dragging. If the children of this state are not, all of them aren't given the basic tools that they're going to need in the form of an education so that they can hold down a job in the economic system of the future. And again, I would say that at this meeting I attended this afternoon, there was a unanimous consensus that this is one thing we really need to move the state forward economically. So I think we're beginning to get the type of community involvement, the demand from people of all stations in life and all segments of the community for such a move on our part. And I have a lot more hopes than I did 6 months ago that maybe we can do something about this. Now, the big money part of this thing, and the thing that will strike at the heart of some of the deficiencies that now exist in our education program, in my opinion, is the proposal that we broaden the minimum foundation program to provide additional teaching units for the children in the first 3 grades, and concurrently with that, permit those extra teachers that will be allotted by the state to either be used to lower class sizes and provide more individualized instruction in the first 3 grades, or to establish a kindergarten program. And this sort of cuts the Gordian knot. You know, there have been a lot of people in this state, and I think it would be fine if every kid had the opportunity to go to kindergarten. But there are some areas of the state and where it's really almost impractical under present conditions to try to set up and operate it. And if you pass just a kindergarten program, those school districts are not going to profit for it. They know it, and that's one of the reasons you have so much opposition in the kindergarten program, because they figure it'll just be for the benefit of the large city school system, frankly. This approach eliminates that source of opposition to an early childhood education program effectively, and it leaves it up, as I like to do, to the people at the local grassroots level to decide what's best for them. Now, there is no doubt that the vast majority of our early elementary schools or grades are overcrowded, and that to get a good start you need as much individualized instruction in those early grades as you can possibly get, and any elementary school teacher will tell you that. So this gives everybody the opportunity to improve the foundation of the education program, whichever way suits their school system best. This is where the money is. It would cost, as presented, approximately $20 million additional in foundation funds every year. We can well afford that, gentlemen, in my opinion, despite all the cries about the energy crisis and so on and so forth. You know, and I know that this state has, in the past couple of years, really taken off economically. And that's shown by the bulging surplus in the state treasury. And the Budget Commission always and necessarily, from their position, estimates revenue on a conservative basis. But we've got this big cushion. Let's estimate the revenue on the basis of a current projection. If we fall a little short, it won't hurt us now because we've got this big cushion to fall back on. And let's really budget up to the limit because we need this program. We need this program to make sure that when we get the kids in school, they get what they went there for. We need an expanded state school board. We need to put lay people on the state school board. We need an effective school board. We need citizen involvement in education. And that's the best way to get it. Put citizens on a policy-making board. And we don't have a board now. We've got one man. And he's always a professional, and not always, well, professionals, they're not on the cutting edge of progress, frankly. We had college professors sitting again, I alluded to this meeting I was in this afternoon, but they said we got to talking about what could be done to restructure the programs in our colleges and universities to encourage economic development in Mississippi. And the very college people over there says you're not going to get it done within the academic community. It's going to have to be imposed on the outside. Another person was there with General Turnage, the head of the National Guard, who, as y'all probably know, before he took that, was a chancery judge. He said, yes, just like the judicial system. You're not going to get a bunch of judges to sit down and make any radical changes in the judicial system. It's going to have to be imposed on from the outside. And that's why we need a school board, and I think that some of these things that we're talking about now might be realities a little sooner if we had a citizen involvement in establishing broad overall educational policy and objectives for the state. Of course, 16 section land, that's another one of my babies. Lord knows I was the author of the reform legislation in that field, such as we were able to get passed some years ago, that put the forest lands under the management of the Forestry Commission. But that hasn't been enough, and this is one of the crying shames that we need correcting in the state, and I believe that the way that's proposed here, twice we've passed bills through the House, the last two sessions, to take the jurisdiction away from the Board of Supervisors and put it in the County Board of Education on these 16 sections. Of course, after all, it's their land, and that's where the money's going to be. But that hadn't passed, so this is again a different approach, and I'm going to support this approach this time, and that is leave it in the hands of the Board of Supervisors, but provide had a veto power over any leases in the hands of the school board. I think that lever will be enough to correct most of the most flagrant ills that we've got. And in many cases, the boards of supervisors are doing a real bang-up job and might be doing a better job than a school board would in many counties. You got a completely different situation in many counties and states. And this is one of the reasons I've been passed, frankly, because in some counties they really thought that they wouldn't be improving the situation by turning it over to the county school board. And I'd have to agree in some counties in the state. So this is a compromise position that I think will pass this time. But the reason it's going to pass, if it does, is because people like you sitting in this room, average Joe Dotes too, out in the forks of the creek, and the MEC, and all segments of our society have gotten concerned about this problem. And they are letting their representatives know we want something done. And when the legislator hears those voices from home, something generally happens. As long as he doesn't, the vested interest can block practically anything in the right law. But when the legislator hears from home, and he hears from his labor union leader, he hears from his businessman, he hears from his school teachers, he hears from just Joe citizen, we want something done about 16 sections, something to get done. And I think we've just about gotten to this point. If we don't make it this time, keep up the good fight, we're getting closer every time. The next thing is need for equalization of property assessments in the state, and of course, I won't have to touch on that with this group. I'm sure this group's been in the forefront of that fight, as I've tried to be. And really, it's been a long haul, but citizen awakening on this issue again, plus the threat of federal court intervention, is, I hope, finally going to get us around to a constructive tackling of this problem. And why is this in a schools report? Well, over half the money that goes into schools in Mississippi still comes from property taxes. And without a proper property tax base, you can't have a good school system. It's just as simple as that. So that's the reason it ought to be number one priority for anybody who wants to improve education in Mississippi, to see that we have fair and adequate real property assessments. There are many other points made in here. I don't think some of them are real technical and not too important. But for the first time in a long time, we have an official body coming out and saying we need to further reorganize school districts. Now, this is always a thorny problem. And of course, this was the basis for the building of our present school system, which is so far superior to what we had before 1954, when it first really got on the ground. We had 1,500 school districts in 1952. 1,500. By 1954, we cut it down to approximately 150. And what a great step forward that was. But we still have school districts that are too small to operate a decent school system, particularly one we've been talking about, where you've got to have vocational and technical education, because, gentlemen, that's expensive education. It's a lot easier, a lot cheaper to sit a student down in a class with a teacher and teach him Shakespeare than it is to get out there and teach him how to run machines on expensive machines. You've got to have a lower pupil-teacher ratio, and you've got to have all that expensive equipment. And these very small school districts just cannot do that job. So if we're going to have equal education for all people in Mississippi. We've got to tackle this nut again and try to further consolidate our school districts. Now, everybody gets scared about that because they think you're going to do away with my neighborhood school and we can't bus all these little children all these miles. Well, it's not the elementary schools that are the problem, and we're not talking about. I'm in favor of keeping the elementary education as close to home as possible. It's when you get into high school and into these vocational and technical programs. And so when we talk about school district consolidation, we're not talking about further consolidating elementary education to any great extent. We've pretty well licked that problem. And really, the one teacher school with 30 pupils had some advantage over the present elementary school because you had more individualized attention probably in that situation than you do today. But this is important, and this is something that of course ain't gonna pass next session or the next session probably, but it's something that we ought to start the ball rolling on because it's gonna take a lot of groundwork, and I'd like to see this organization take an interest in it. It always gets difficult when you start reorganizing anything because people have vested interests in the status quo, as you know, and they get worried about their job and their particular little school, and you know what I'm talking about. So it's going to take a real educational program on the part of interested organizations to get out to the people and have the people have some feedback to their representatives and senators before we can get this done, but I'm glad we're starting the ball rolling on this. Not least is the need for an expanded vocational and technical program. And as I say, I'm proud of this state. I think we didn't make the mistake that a lot of states have done in trying to segregate vocational and technical education from your general educational program. You know, in a lot of states they went out and built separate vocational and technical institutes. And as I say, in some states, in England, they had separate vocational and technical high schools. In my opinion, that's not the way to do it, and we hadn't done it. We need to keep that program just as one phase of our total educational program, but we need to put more money in it and provide the opportunities for the people who are not interested in just a simple academic education program. And I'm glad this committee is saying we've got to go on and expand and develop our vocational and technical program as a part of our occupational education. And finally, I'm glad this bunch says we need to use federal revenue sharing money for education. I had a bill, we had a knockdown drag out the last session about trying to get that done. And I've said, unfortunately, some of the leadership in the legislature, leadership of folks maybe, but ones in positions of power, have what I call a bricks and mortar syndrome. They think that we can't spend either the surplus money we've got in the treasury or this revenue money on anything but bricks and mortar. And if they can't find anything else to do with it, they're going to build a double the size of the Memorial Stadium here, when Lord knows there's a lot more things we need than that, and particularly in the field of education. Now, I share their hesitancy to put federal revenue sharing money into the mainstream of your ongoing recurring appropriations, because we've had enough experience with the federal government. It's here today and gone tomorrow, and it's the old shell game all the time with us. And you can get your neck stuck out and then have it chopped off. But that wouldn't keep us from using this money, as this report recommends, or doing something. We've got a wonderful education and TV set up, as far as broadcasting facilities as far as the staff, and they are really developing some fine, not only the types that you and I watch, programs you and I might watch at night, but classroom type programs that can be a great aid in improving our educational system. But the schools out there, most of them don't have the television receivers in the classroom. And furthermore, even if you put all the equipment in the classroom, it won't do a bit of good unless you got the teachers programmed to use it. So you've got to spend money now to get the equipment there, and most importantly, to train and motivate the teachers to make use of it. And what better place to use some of this federal revenue sharing? Because these two things, these are investments in getting a program started that don't require continuing expenditures. And this is one very important thing. I intend to introduce a bill this time limited to ETV. See if we can't get that passed. I tried to get a bill passed last time to use revenue sharing program for a broad variety of programs, including ETV and many other things. And they barely whipped us on that. I think we hadn't sandbagged this procedure. We were beaten them, but then it was died in the Senate. So, but maybe with this report here and support of the governor and organizations like you all, we can get you out beating the bushes, getting some feedback to the individual senators and representatives and say, let's go for this program, then many of these things will pass this next session. And as I say, we certainly need them. I do want to comment before I throw the meeting open for any questions you want to shoot at me about what Claude said. This is really tragic. Mr. Junkin has had this serious operation and is not going to be a functional speaker. And in my long experience, there's nothing more critical to the future of this state than who succeeds Mr. Junkin as Speaker of the House. Governors come and go, but generally the Speaker of the House stays on until the Lord removes it. And that means that from many reasons, that this is very critical to the political future of this state. And whoever is chosen as the temporary speaker to take over at this juncture will have, of course, probably the inside track to succeed as permanent speaker next time. We know that Mr. Junkin is not going to run. He's already said that, and of course this just reinforces that. So we're coming up to a very critical decision in our state's future as to who is going to take over that job. And we need to try to work to get somebody in that position who is going to work for the best interest of all Mississippians and work for progress in this state and not be a negative influence. And the situation is very fluid now, and I'm not going to comment on it. I don't think it would be proper right now under the circumstances to even make any comment further than what I have, but it may be that if any group wants to have any influence on this very critical issue, they're going to have to get in there and start some pitching in the next week or so. It could be that a consensus could arise, and somebody just agreed on to be a stand-in, which then there wouldn't be any opportunity to do anything about it. that, I'd like to say I really appreciate the opportunity of making these remarks to you, and I'd like to hear from you now. And it's not, if you want to ask me anything about the legislature, I'll be happy to try to answer the best I can.
Floor is open for questions.
Well, didn't they name this afternoon, didn't they say that somebody had already had this speaker of the House temporary appointment?
The rules of the House provide that already, that the Speaker can name someone to act for him for 3 days only.
Well, did he do that?
And he did that, and that's Representative Stevens. And that's what he did, since he was not going to personally be able to convene the House, he named Edgar to act as Speaker for 3 days, but if the Speaker can't get back, then the rules down provide that the House then will proceed to elect a Speaker pro tem.
Well, I thought I read that
What
on
it
the
gets
radio.
down to, this is probably going to answer many of your questions. What it really gets down to is the crucial decision is going to have to be made week after next. He can name somebody to open the session, preside over next week. The following week is when we'll arrive at the crucial decision. Right, George?
Yeah, well, meanwhile, things are gonna be going on next week.
Right,
We'll
things will be going on
determine
next
that
week.
issue.
And we will have a business session after he leaves, and we'll get into some of the nitty-gritty of this whole thing after he leaves. So, I understand the reason he's a little reluctant to get into this thing in depth with you. George, on this report, you know, we had a series of workshops around the state here a few months ago, toured the state, met in all of the central body districts. And I'm really proud of this thing here, this document we came up with, because virtually everything that we talked about in that session in those sessions in regards to education show up in this report. You know, the state AFL-CIO couldn't have done much better job writing this thing if we'd done it ourselves.
Well, I think I remember
Huh?
some of your previous plans.
Right.
I don't know of a thing that's in here that is right down
You've
the
done a
line.
real fine job. Of course,
Well, that-
the job is yet to pass legislation.
Yes,
to
and
implement.
it's a long way from recommendations to pass.
Right.
Representative Rogers, it seems that you've done a very comprehensive study on education in the state in regards to primary and secondary and also vocational and technical education. Do you foresee any possibility in the future of having tuition-free institutions of higher learning in the state? And I ask this question because it concerns me about, the aid to education programs that have been in existence are fastly, declining now. And it's becoming more and more a burden for some people who wish to go to college and, and I'm referring to for the purpose of academic achievements. And do you think it's possible there will ever be any tuition-free institutions?
Well, I'll say this, junior colleges now are as near as being tuition free as you can practically get them. The fees there are very minimal. And, I think that, maybe what fees that are all there, we might eventually be able to either cut them out or make sure that those persons to whom even those low fees are handicapped can get financial aid that they need. Now, the governor also appointed a higher education study committee, and they came out with some recommendations, and one of those was that the state needs to get more into providing the type of financial aid that you talked about. And as far as the senior colleges are concerned, I'm not so sure that I think that we ought to just try to wipe out tuition. Because, after all, the state does pick up the majority of the tab already. And the person who goes is receiving a great benefit, and if he can afford to pay all or part of his costs, I think he ought to be required. But agree with you that if I would prefer to see the tuition remain at a lower rate, percentage-wise perhaps than we've had it, because our tuition rates have been high. Other states have caught up with us and passed us in the last few years, but for a while we had the highest public tuition rates in the southeastern United States. But I'd rather keep at least a moderate tuition charge and then make sure that those who need it get the financial aid that they need in the senior colleges, and let's make the junior colleges really tuition free. Now that's my idea of what we ought to do, and I'll work toward that end. Hope that you think that would be a good solution to the problem. I don't believe that we are yet affluent enough, and even the affluent states haven't been able to find money to keep a good senior college program going and not charge some tuition.
I would think that if your economic development program, as you say, in conjunction with your education developments, would, progress to a stage where this vocational and technical education programs would keep our people in the state working, and I can agree with you on having a moderate tuition fee, because
Right.
As long as our people have to go into other areas and get jobs. But I think when there's economic development, the economic development has progressed enough in the state where Mississippi can, work its own college and vocational and technical graduates, that, the fee then would, in my opinion, you would be in a better position to eliminate a fee because, the person is paying it back in taxes.
Right.
But I agree with you too, that our tuition fee has continuously gone up, and the taxes is going up at the same time. And this imposes a double burden because, we people who earn, who work for poverty wages have a problem sending our kids to college.
It certainly is, and as I say, I think that we can afford right now and ought to make education at least through the junior college level essentially free to anybody who wants to go. We can do that.
Well, that would be a step toward,
Toward eventual,
right.
And then, as I say, we ought to have the means of financial aid so that no person who really wants to go
would be
has the
right.
ability will ever be deprived of that right. And if we can get to that point, then I think we will arrive. And we ought to work toward that. Now, that's another good place we could use some of the federal revenue sharing money. Tuition grants.
Right.
And we ought to do it.
I agree. It's a lot of places you can use it other than expanding and enlarging the state.
Yes, sir, either here or at Mississippi State.
Right.
Right. How do you feel on the, I believe it's been a movement in that, I don't know how to say this, except that people that wish to hire their education by going to a different college in in another state have to pay a higher tuition, and I think it's been a move that says this is not right. How would you feel about that in the state of Mississippi? People coming out of state, don't they have to pay a higher tuition than they do in the state?
Double. Well, I'm among the other dealers. On the Southern Regional Education Board, and at our last meeting this summer, we were proposing to all the states in the Southern region that we adopt sort of what we call an educational common market. In other words, have reciprocal agreements with all of our sister states in this compact that will allow people from Alabama to come to Mississippi schools without paying out-of-state tuition, provided Mississippi students could go to Alabama schools. And I think this is the best way to solve that, and I think that we in Mississippi ought to be pushing that concept, but we'll get more out of it than anybody.
A lot of people look at it that if you let them go to another school outside the state, that they'll probably practice somewhere else or something, say it will
Well,
you.
that
But
may
if you-
be true, but if we get it flowing both ways, I think that we will achieve the same end.
You don't get, I mean, in some professions, if you don't go to a school outside the state, you just don't have, you're limited into Mississippi.
That's right. And this is a serious problem, but it's one that's, as I say, I think this is the best answer to it. And we'll export some of our Mississippians, but we'll get some good Alabamians and Louisianians and Tennesseans into Mississippi that way too. We've got a lot of lawyers, for instance, from Tennessee that went to Ole Miss Law School and they ended up in the state of Mississippi. And it works both ways.
Representative Rogers, you touched briefly on early childhood education in your report. Do you think it's possible that a kindergarten bill will pass today?
I think there's a good chance that this bill here that I'm talking about will pass. And like I say, what this does is give the local school district the money from the state level that if it wants to do it, it can establish a kindergarten program. Now it's got to make the choice between setting up a kindergarten program with this money or, you know, lowering the teacher-pupil ratio in the first 3 grades. And so this is going to check it back to your local community, to your local school board and your local school people as to what do you think is the most important thing for your kids back in X county or Y city to have a kindergarten program or to have one teacher for every 15 or 20 in the first grade instead of one teacher for every 25 or 30. And this is going to, as I say, check it back to the local level. And of course, a lot of the people that put such high value on a kindergarten program don't particularly like this approach because they're afraid, and I'm of course afraid too, that most school districts will take the course of least resistance and just put more teachers in the first 3 grades. But I don't believe it would be politically feasible to get through a pure kindergarten program. So this will get it started, and if it gets started, it's going to grow. It will eventually have a state program.
Well, I think early childhood education, though, usually encompasses K through 3.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, so what I was trying to get to is, in your opinion, do you think the success of the overall program, as you have outlined in your study, would depend on whether or not you come up with a more comprehensive early childhood
I really
education
think so. I really do. I think after talking to my wife's a school teacher, and I've talked to, as a representative, I talked to particularly this Channel Education Committee, I talked to professional educators who are teachers in the first grades, and professors and everybody else, and if there's any one consensus that you can get from all phases of people, it is that this is the prime need to individualize more the instruction in the first 3 grades or kindergarten through the first, and get people started off on the right foot, because as they tell us, if the kid gets started on the wrong foot, it's damn hard for him ever to catch up. Particularly with the tendency we have just to promote them on up whether they've got it or not. Frankly, what I think we need is not ungraded education in the lower levels, but you can't do that effectively with one teacher for every 30 pupils, because you the teacher can't individually give the individual attention that you need to make a program like that effective, and I don't believe the program will work without the necessary staff. Don't you agree? So this is an attempt, and we really ought to push this, because you got to get the basic fundamentals before you can do anything, whether you go into medical school or whether you're going into a vocational technical school. You got to learn to read, write, and do arithmetic for anything.
George, you touched on something here a minute ago that I'd like to get you to elaborate on a little bit more here before you have to leave us. There's a special interest in your remarks about ETV. Now, you know, this organization was one of the strong supporters of the statewide ETV program.
You're right. Without your help, I don't believe.
Right, and once we got the money appropriated to build the buildings, then we had a problem of convincing people that they had to have money enough, you know, to complete the program with, which meant the staff and equipment and what have you. And I got a letter out to all members, especially I remember in the House where the problem was, pointing out so many of the things you've talked here tonight about income level being tied in with education. The House eventually passed that bill, and we now have the statewide system. Now, as I visualized it, as we visualized ETV when we went on record in support of it, we looked upon ETV, the possibility of it being a real bona fide asset to public education, which means that in order to take full advantage of the program, the schools are going to have the necessary equipment in the classrooms to do some of the things you were talking about a few minutes ago. Now, in my opinion, and I've talked to Bill Smith about this. I was out there not long ago and had a long talk with Bill to see just where we are in terms of the equipment's in the schools. What do we need to do next to really carry out this program and take advantage of it? The things that Bob's talking about, early childhood development, many of these problems that we're all concerned about can really be solved up to a certain point with a good ETV program with the proper equipment in these classrooms and even in the homes of the people. Let's talk about that a little bit. What do we need to do to get the necessary money to get the equipment in the schools, finish the program? And how much money are we talking about?
Well, I got a letter from Bill Smith. Maybe it was a result of your conversation, but just selected leaders pointing out.
Bill Smith is the ETV director.
He's a real sharp fellow.
Right.
And is really trying and doing a good job. And he estimated that maybe just the appropriation of $1 million for this purpose would.
Think that'll do it?
But that won't do it. No.
Yeah.
He was being conservative.
Yeah.
We need to put $2 or $3, $4 million into it. But again, you can't spend it all overnight.
No, I know.
We need to, in my opinion, we need to put about $1.5 million, $2 million in it every year for the next 3 or 4 or 5 years for the equipment. Plus, we need a substantial amount of money to provide the staff and provide the incentives for teachers to go to workshops and training programs on how to use this new tool and get them fired up and enthusiastic rather than negative about it.
Right.
Now, we need those two things, and I'm working on a bill right now that I'm going to introduce, hopefully the first few days of the session, that would provide for such a program. And I think we need to get behind that legislation and get it drafted and introduced. Because like you say, we've got the foundation, we've got the tools to do the job with in the ETV setup, but we just haven't gotten it down to classroom.
And finish the job.
And that's the trouble with these federal programs.
But this is the place to spend some of these revenue sharing dollars because it's not a reoccurring expense.
It's not a reoccurring
Right.
expense, and we can sell it on that basis.
don't you think you need some advertisement on that? I find that, some, parents really don't know anything about this, ETV, and, kids find out about it because their neighbors' kids tell them something about it, and, you'd be surprised, since it's been on, how many, parents woke up one day when their kids learned something that they had no idea that they know, and said, where did you learn that? And, oh, Sesame Street or something, they told them, and, but there's so many people, I think, in the state that have kids this age that should be, watching this instead of some of these soap operas, I mean, or something like that their mother wants to watch. Should be looking at these type of programs, and I think if we've done a little advertisement or something to let the parents know what it's all about, that they would save for their kids to watch it, try to encourage the kids to do this, and if they didn't have kindergarten, this helps out a whole lot.
Yeah, if they'll run the tobacco spit a few more years and get Horace Lester to own them again, that'd be good advertising.
Well, perhaps the ETV itself might do something, because they hesitate out there to try to be lobbying with the people behind the fact that the legislature push their own program, and you can understand that, because there's some people who go through the roof. But in a subtle way, it seems to me that the ETV itself could just run an informational program on the progress we've made and bring it to the classroom and what we need to do and what's holding it back and that sort of thing. I think we might see if Bill can get up some programs on his own and couched in the proper way, not just going out and saying, write to your representative and tell him to appropriate more money for ETV, but, like you say, but organizations like this can wake the parents up, and that's what we need. We need this outfit. We need the MEC, and we need the MEA, and MTA to really go out and talk it up.
We have an education job.
That's right.
Educate
Educate
people
people.
about working with compensation.
I
was waiting for somebody to question what he thinks about working with compensation and getting a better law of. What chance do we have this year?
I really don't know. The benefits will increase somewhat. Couple of, when was it, Tuesday?
Yeah, it goes up to $56, July 1 of this year. I know the increase, but, since that bill was passed, we've had a tremendous increase in cost of living and what have you.
And,
no question for what, there's a real need in this area again, even before that $7 goes up.
Party goes up to 63 then.
Oh, that's 56 now, 63, right, $7 increase,
So we're all
be
making
63.
some progress, but, I would agree with you, it's still not enough, and we've
Still
got
some
to
people
keep.
about to starve to death.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I know.
We have got to,
Well, the threat of federalization is gonna move this fast and anything like that. We'll get into unemployment, before you leave here. We've got some, an agreed bill already, in this area.
well, all I can say is that I've always supported,
Right.
whatever reasonable increases in workers' comp that we've been able to get out of the committee and get on the floor and get enough votes to pass.
Right.
I'll continue to do so.
That's
what you want.
You said the magic word.
I think you can, go back on my record, and
Right.
if I've ever voted against any increase in workers' comp.
Yeah,
But I've had a chance
well,
to
I
vote
guess,
on it.
George, if you wanna go back and start checking records, you probably got one of the best records of anybody I can think of in this house.
Well,
We're not having inviting our enemies to do
That's true, although that might not be a bad idea too, because you'd be surprised, how, people, in political life anyway, tend to try to adapt themselves to what they think the wishes of their audience are. And, I would encourage you, don't just invite your friends, invite some some of you are supposing into this to some of these meetings that, ones that are not just absolutely blind, I mean. We're doing harm to you.
I think Curtis said,
Give him a little hard, few needles, and it might check him out.
I think Curtis probably came up with some bad advice a while ago when he mentioned soap operas. If you have any intention of maintaining a public life, don't mess with these women soap
That's what you call politically speaking.
There's a guy who knows what he's talking about. You're absolutely right.
Old Howard, the kids gonna lose on that one.
We
gonna lose about it, oh, God. Poor kid's gonna lose out.
This might be a good place to put a little spot ad.
Yeah,
I think that'd be a good place to bring it up.
That's what I talk about, advertising.
Advertising it on a soap opera, they sure know about it.
That's really
I
good across.
probably know about it, but I still.
Carol ain't on Black's approved.
Honey, I work all the time, I don't know about those things.
I just asked her, she watches, how am I gonna watch them, I'm working on
Thought
it.
your face was just taking up for the other women over there. That's the way I read it.
Well, I haven't really thrown me any hot potatoes yet.
Yeah, she's ready for hot potatoes, somebody
All right.
got one?
We're gonna get the right to work law out this year?
Well,
About as hot as you get.
I can, talking about records, I voted against the right to work law every time, but, I don't think we're gonna get it repealed out.
George, in these sessions we had, following through on that question, we started talking about the possibility of an initiative referendum procedure, a constitutional amendment. We had this once, and Arkansas's got it now.
Yeah.
If we could get such an amendment to our Constitution on the books whereby we could initiate a constitutional change or amendment, whatever, then we could bypass the legislature on an item such as this and call an election, a petition rather.
Yeah.
What's your views on that?
Well,
Initiative referendum.
I would vote for it.
We found some interest.
There ought to be some way to get around the legislation.
Yeah. Well, you said that, I didn't.
I'm in favor of,
Yeah.
myself
Right.
a Democrat with a little d, and that's the essence of democracy. If people want it, that's what they ought to have.
We
Even
found-
if it's bad.
We found some senate with that, and of course, right to work is just one matter that, but with it, just using that as an example, but you
Yeah.
see, everybody here, I'm sure, is aware of the fact that right to work is now a constitutional measure. They take
Yeah.
2/3
Yeah.
vote of both houses, or they vote in
So
election
that
or
just-
repeal it.
You're
So-
beating your head against the stone wall. It'd be
so the
hard enough to
initiative
get a
referendum
majority.
thing that I'm
It's
talking
hard as
about.
hell to get 2/3 for motherhood.
Yeah.
Right. So the initiative referendum thing would be the answer to that and some other problems.
To ever getting rid of it. That was
Right.
the big defeat that we had, was ever putting that damn thing in the Constitution. To
you
get
know
it out
why
of the
that was.
Constitution.
They saw, they saw they was on the move here, and as
Yeah.
long as a simple legislative act, within a matter of a few years' time, it'd probably be repealed.
Right.
And I suspect that if it's still a simple legislative act, that we got to vote over it out of repeal. Join vote in both houses, I think we probably must do that, at least we're close to
You
it.
could get it on the floor, but of course,
Yeah.
that's the importance of who's
The
speaker.
speaker, of course,
Because
that committee or
If the
something,
committee
right.
kills it, it takes 2/3 vote to get it up on the floor. So you can have a majority all day long.
Right.
But if you don't have the
Can't get
committee,
it out of committee, right.
the right people on the committee, and you don't have the right guy who would send it to the right committee, then you got to have 2/3.
Right.
And that's hard to get.
Right, so we get back to the importance of that speaker and what you're gonna do week after.
Right. And that's where it
We
is.
will
1/3 of either house with the speaker in that 1/3 can pretty well kill anything. They can't pass anything, but they can damn sure kill it.
Right.
George, since
nobody's really handled it a lot, I'll mention something. Of course.
I really leave
I know what the answer is, really, but since we have such a pro-labor House Labor Committee, and
Yeah.
it's such a good friend of ours, we never go on the county. Do you think that we could get legislation through the House, which would provide protection and rights of public employees to engage in collective bargaining with the city and the state and the local authority?
Not with the present setup, because, like you say, look at the labor
Yeah,
committee,
that's right.
and then
Isn't that a lovely thing?
that bill's gonna go to that committee. And of course, one way that I tried to, well, it was interesting, you know, some of you may know, I've been agitating, I think of me as an agitator all the time, because I've been trying to bring the House rules and the committee structure into the 20th century, so that we can effectively do our work up there. And one of the proposals was, of course, was to abolish many of these committees, including the Labor Committee. And one of the leaders of the old guard, when he saw the proposals we were putting forth on it, said, "My God, you can't abolish the Labor Committee. How we gonna kill all those labor bills?" Exact quote.
Exercise of it.
Exercise. I mean, he made no bones about it. That's what the Labor Committee existed for, was to kill labor legislation. If we didn't have one, we'd have a hard time killing it.
That's just about the mentality.
Representative Rogers, could you give us a rough idea of the number of people working for the state game and fish commission to protect the fish and wildlife in Mississippi and the coast?
I wish I could, but I'm afraid that's one of the many facts about state government that I can't pull off the top of my head. I know quite a few,
Quite a few. Well,
but I don't know how many.
We don't have the first guy in the state of Mississippi looking after the working people. I just want to compare what you think of fish and deer and rabbits in George County to the working people. You know, you don't have a Department of Labor taking care of working people in the state, but you have several hundred people and several hundred vehicles burning this gas, chasing rabbits and deer in George County, Mississippi, because I know.
That's right.
I get my hunt license checked every time I jump out of the vehicle.
Well, I got arrested, so
Well,
I feel bad.
About that, I'll go back to my record too, in my past history. I well remember I was first elected to the legislature back in 1951. And at that time, I was still a law student at Ole Miss. And one of the first official legislative functions I ever attended, they had a meeting of the Labor Council, or maybe it was just the CWA up at Oxford. And I attended that, as I say, that was one of the first meetings of this type I ever attended as a legislator, and that was on the agenda, was the Department of Labor, and at that meeting I committed myself to support that bill, and I hadn't changed my position. Hadn't had much chance to vote on it. I soon found that I wasn't gonna get a chance.
The Labor Committee kills it in the
Department of Labor.
That's right. And so, frankly, I mean, it was experiences like that when I found out how the thing really worked, and how I wasn't never, whether I wanted to or not, I was never gonna get to vote on something like that.
Maybe we need to get
That I
it on
set
a
out
sugar-coated
to
thing.
try to change the rules of the House. And, back William Winter, when he ran against Marcellus as Speaker, and that sort of thing, because I saw that there were so many things that, this state needed that wasn't gonna ever see the light of day, regardless of whether a majority of the legislators really wanted it, as long as we had the rules that we have. Now, when you talk about rules and procedures and all that, things, people think, well, that's academic. What importance is that? Well, we just brought out here tonight the reason that that's at the heart of so much of what's really been wrong with this stuff. And why we have had a break on progress in this state so many years. And it's finally beginning to break down. We made a lot of progress. We cut the number of committees down from 50 to around 25. And that has made a difference. And you've noticed it. But we haven't gone far enough. We're about halfway where we ought to be to really make the House responsive to the will of the people. And that's all we can ask. And if the majority wants it, it's passed, and if they don't, it doesn't. And that's the way I want it to work.
So if you cut the committees, another 10 or 15 committees, and eliminate the stacking process, you can make some progress.
You can really make, you'll see some progress, I guarantee.
Eliminate the labor committee.
I think what might help that labor committee, what's happening over in Adams County, isn't that where Speaker of the House is from? If they have a power failure, they can more of us.
Well, I will say this in defense of the present speaker. He has, despite his conservative background and outlook, he has committed, he hasn't sponsored it, but he's committed a lot of this progress to go along, and if we hadn't had a man that was as fair-minded as he has been, we wouldn't have made the progress we made.
He has been an improvement for us, no question about it. But I'd like to see
Improvement.
him.
The House is a more democratic place than it ever was.
Oh, yeah.
And every year, of course, a lot of that is due to the fact that we're electing younger and more able and progressive-minded legislators. And we've got to keep that up. If we do, we're going to continue this progress we're making. The dam will break someday.
We keep organizing work and you're gonna see a change.
Representative Rogers, one unfair question is going out to answer unless you
All
want
right.
to. Do you have, and if so, any personal preference on speaker if it comes up, and would you like to reveal it if so?
Well, as I said, I really don't think that our so this, people would put up with the crap you gotta put up to, gotta be a little touchy in the head to serve in Mississippi. You gotta have a little ego, and I think a large group of people that are in the House would like themselves. Can't rule anybody out. Nothing to do. But I haven't got any particular candidate in mind. What we need to do is just make sure that whoever gets it will at least make it possible for the majority to operate and to continue to make progress on this committee structure and the rules and stop this stacking. And that's whoever we can get that can be the front runner who will adopt that position. That's the man I'm going to support.
There's gonna be a lot of talking going on the first week.
The new speaker would only have the privilege of filling vacancies on committees
Right.
for the rest of the.
Well, I don't think he would even,
This session.
actually, I don't think the speaker pro tem, or whatever you want to call him, the temporary speaker would even do that, because Mr. Junkin was still the speaker, as long as he could make appointments, he would still do that. About all what the temporary speaker would be able to do, or would do, would be the presider of the house. And of course, who's in that chair can affect the outcome of how a bill comes up. How he handles the business of the house, and who he recognizes to make motions when, makes a big difference. And so that's how that person now would be effective, and also he would be the one who would sign the bill for the committee. And that can be crucial. And those are the two things that immediately the power would flow to this person to do. He would not have the power to make appointments. Permanent speaker would do that unless the permanent speaker got completely incapacitated. But the main importance of it is not that, but that we know there's going to be a new speaker. In the event Mr. Junkin gets completely incapacitated in this session, or if he doesn't, the next legislature, which won't be long off, and whoever gets it will have the inside track towards getting elected permanent speaker for you. That's the crucial thing. And that's when we can, and it won't be until then that we can see any real change. And the only time you can really do anything about reorganizing committees is at the beginning of administration. But once you've got the committee set up and appointed, it's a practical impossibility to go back and unscramble before you. You got them before you.
About the only time you do it is when you're talking to candidates.
Right.
Right.
Right. Well, he just touched the crucial part, you know. Of course, what he said is very important, where they preside, where the bills are referred to, but the gut issue here is going to be the next Speaker of the House. Whoever wins this thing this time around, without a doubt, will be the next Speaker.
Well, I wouldn't say without a doubt. It well be that.
Well, the chances are.
But the chances are. I mean, that
I'll change that.
He'd be the front runner. I'm not saying, depending on who it is and under what circumstances.
Right. But he's got the
inside
edge.
track if he wants to really take a position and run with it.
Well, George, I guess we took about enough of your time, friend. Let's give him a hand. Appreciate you coming over. I'll be seeing you next week.
All right.
Okay? Guess you want to take a short break here, don't you? Stretch a little bit. You get everything you brought with you.
Appreciate your remarks. Good to see you. Good question.
Before we get started with the business session, we've got a couple of visitors around here that I'd like to introduce to you. I think you've probably met all of them already, but in case you haven't, we got David Stovall here. He represents the Papermakers Union, who wanted to make contact with a couple of our labor leaders in Tupelo, and I said, well, if you'll just come by Benbow tonight and have dinner with us, we'll introduce you to the keys to the whole problem in Tupelo. Both of them will be here tonight. We're happy to have Mr. Stovall with us. Huh?
Both of the problems?
We saved, at least we saved him a trip to Tupelo, and he got a meal out of the whole thing, if nothing else, you know. David, we're happy to have you here, friend. He's out of my neck of the woods, you see. brother paperworker. Anyhow, they're interested in trying to get something going in terms of organizing in the Tupelo area, and I'm sure that Brother Underwood and Brother Davis will be happy to have his assistance up there. Anyhow, David, we're happy to have you here, friend.
Appreciate being here, Claude.
Delmar James said he might get by here a little later on. He had a meeting across the river with the people in the Continental can plant. And we got Brother Steve Williams down here, who is a representative of the Machinists Union. He's now stationed in Texas. He's done a lot of work in the South. He's been in our own state on numerous occasions. Steve has been assigned the legislative responsibility of his union, and his union has adopted a program that I wish all of our unions would adopt. And that's full cooperation with the state feds, the central bodies, and the whole bit. I hope that I can reproduce the program that they've adopted and make available to all of it before you get out of here. Also, in addition to that, he has been running the Industrial Union Organizing Program over in Texas. I had an opportunity to talk with him a few minutes this afternoon about some of our problems relating to organizing activities. Steve is going to be around tomorrow, and we hope to provide an opportunity on our program for him to talk a little bit. We want to talk about this organizing situation a little while you're here. Steve, we're happy to have you here. We're happy to have you. Hope you can stay around for the morning session tomorrow. And of course, we got our old friend Stauffer Dees here, former member of the board, and I've asked him to come down, be in this session for another reason. We need some assistance in the legislature, at least I do. We don't have enough manpower to properly do the job over there, and if I can get something worked out with the people paying their salary, we're going to see if we can't use their services a little while the legislature's in session. So that's the primary reason he's here with us tonight. Now, that agenda we got out here is a very brief agenda. We don't list all the items we want to take up with you. The opening and closing times are the main things of your concern. Now, as you look there on that agenda, we're proposing to run this session no later than 10 o'clock. And then we're suggesting that we come back at 8:30 in the morning for breakfast, and then have another business session, hopefully get out around 11:30 tomorrow before lunch. Now, we arranged this keeping in mind that some of you are much younger than some of us, that you might want to go someplace else after you left here tonight. We took all those things into consideration. The early adjournment hour and the late breakfast meeting in the morning. Now that time is subject to change. Now we do have a senator on the program, as you'll know, in the morning. The chairman of the Senate Highway Committee has accepted our invitation to come down and talk to us. We have a problem we're going to have to do something about in terms of whether we think we ought to change the makeup of the Highway Commission. Senator Reeves is chairman of a committee, study committee that's been studying this problem. And I don't know of a better way to deal with it than to get the people to know what the problem is to come in and talk to us. Frankly, at this particular point, I don't know what we need to do. But after we hear from that senator tomorrow, perhaps all of us will know what we need to do about the problem. The only thing that I know, that Russell Kelly knows, and that Joe Davis and the other people in northeast Mississippi know, is that we got a problem in that far south end of the state and that far northeast corner on roads. And we want to find out what we've got to do to do something about the problem. So Senator Reeves will be here tomorrow. I hope you're all here, and after hearing him, maybe we'll know what we need to do about this problem. Now, is that agenda all right? The time of adjourning and so forth. Is that okay with you? Now, the adjournment tonight, the recess tonight, will be subject to how long it takes us to take care of the business I think we need to take care of tonight. We ought to be through before 10 o'clock, unless we have people that really want to do a lot of talking. Is that agenda okay? The time?
I move we adopt.
I heard you say something about the embers. Is that gonna suit your schedule?
That'll be fine.
Okay, you move the adoption of the
I
agenda.
move we adopt the
A
agenda.
second to the motion? All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried, so ordered. Okay. All right, first thing I think that we need to do is to have the reading of the minutes of our last board meeting. All of you receive those. You can dispense with that if you want to by simply offer a motion to that effect.
Mr. Chairman, if I'm in order, since we all received it, I'd like to move that we dispense with reading the minutes of last.
That they be approved?
I second the motion.
Any discussion on that? They don't want a long meeting. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I got Brother Turner was here. Brother Turner's also here tonight. You don't want to overlook that. Don't want you to leave here that I ignored you. Glad to have you. All right, huh? Yeah, Tom is clapping his hand.
Board meeting and the.
No,
board
not,
meeting.
that's just the minutes of the last board meeting. Now, we've had an executive committee meeting, recently since our last board meeting, and several items that were taken up at that meeting, were done so at the instructions of this board. And I think that the minutes are not too long for that meeting, are they, Tom? In order that it might refresh your minds on the items that we need to consider at this meeting, I'll simply ask him to read those minutes, because several items there that will need your consideration here tonight.
Executive Committee meeting December 7th, 1973, Admiral Benbow Jackson. President, Vice President Kelly to study it, following Beckman at 3 p.m.
As you took note there will be several items that we'll want your action on, either approval or disapproval. There's one item on here that we had to make a decision on, and that was the convention site. We felt because of the anticipated economic situation, the fuel shortage, what have you, that the place we had on consideration was not yet completed. It would not be very wise to try to make arrangements there. Now, the Heidelberg has got a renovation program underway. We know they got good convention facilities. The only complaint we've got down there has been some of the shoddy rooms. They've assured us that that's going to be corrected. That's the reason the Heidelberg is selected, to have the facilities and what have you. Now, let's get down to a couple of items that that needs our consideration. On the Constitution and Bylaws Committee, Brother Fitzhugh, who is chairman of that committee, is not ready yet to make a further report to this. I have relayed on to him some of the thinkings expressed at that executive committee meeting. Now, you heard the minutes in line with the committee's thinking on the on board expansion. The executive committee especially, where the committee has recommended, under the present setup, that we suggest to this committee that they come out with a constitutional change that would provide 2 additional vice presidents, who would not be restricted because of the international union limitation or central labor union limitation, which would take care of some of the problems that we've had to deal with in the past. This is what the committee thought about. I'd like to bring this one up now, get this board's opinion on this first. Does everybody fully understand what we're talking about?
Let me ask a question
All right.
now. Are you talking about every vice president or the 2
No. You would have 5 vice presidents that would more or less be under the existing language of the Constitution, as I view it. Then you would have 2 that would run at large. And the man that decided to run at large would have to run at large. You see what I'm getting at? Now, it's gonna take a little doing to word this Constitution correctly to do what we're talking about. Now, let me give you an example of what you got now. President, we'll use IBW as an example. Under the present Constitution, any particular international union is limited to 3 board members. That's executive committee and board. Right now, IBW has a vice president, Jack Schaefer, and 2 board members, Joe and yourself, which means that you've got all of the people on this board that you could legally have under the existing language. Under the proposed change, it would be possible for another vice president from IBEW to run at large and not be restricted as it is at the present time. Now, I'm using that simply as an example. That would apply to anybody. Any other organization, the same rule would apply. Now, this is what the committee felt would be the kind of a compromise or a feasible approach to the problem. Am I not correct there, Brother Jackson, Brother Kelly? Is in on the meeting? Huh? Now, let me make something perfectly clear here.
No.
This Constitution Committee, was set up upon the instructions of the last convention. This committee is not bound by any decision of the board, but they would like to know what this board feels. They feel like whatever they come out with, if it's got the support of this organization, it'd have a better chance to be passed by a convention. So that's the reason I'm posing it to you.
Okay, the reason I asked this
Yeah.
question, I feel like at the next convention, we're gonna have some UA people that's gonna want representation on the board. I'm
UA?
talking about plumbers and steamfitters.
Oh,
We've
yeah,
got
yeah.
quite a few of those that have affiliated now.
Yeah, well, you could, there's no problem there because they don't have anybody on the board.
That's correct.
Another thing this does too is eliminates the problem like, you have 2 guys running out of the same COU district.
Right,
Like you
eliminates
define
that.
the county.
Right. Solve that problem.
It would really eliminate the problem we had at the last convention
Right.
between Fly and Stanley. Because Stanley, Brother Schaefer was already from this district, so under the Constitution, him and Stanley both couldn't serve from the same Central Labor Union, even though they wasn't from the same international union. And we're really trying to solve that problem too, so that you won't knock off some good fellows that could serve simply because of limitations.
Goodman and Taylor is
Same kind of a situation.
Right, same kind of
We had,
situation.
we can
Right.
cite you any number of examples.
That's to eliminate that type of problem more than anything.
Now, in terms of representation for people like UA, those of you that's got the votes, me and Tom ain't got any votes. But those of you that's got votes, it'll be up to you to sit down and I guess, work out whatever kind of random you think is proper and above board in terms of the proper kind of representation. Now, I should say this, I think, Brother Tucker, since you are right now the only building tradesman present. We have been doing a pretty good job on affiliation, as the reports indicate. All of the carpenter construction locals are now affiliated. Most all of the pipe fitters locals are now in. And I think at that next convention, we ought to make an effort to try to get, more representation from the building trade. This is what you have in mind.
Well, not necessarily for building trade, but those people, now, we beat some people on the head to make them affiliated.
Yeah.
And I know that you and Tom have done a good job. And I certainly
Do a good
have
job beating them on the head.
in some areas to get them in the
Yeah.
AFL-CIO.
Yeah.
They should have representation.
Well, what this will do, this proposal will do, it adds 2 more people to the full board now. And if you move a couple of present board members up to vice president position, we'll say you've got 2 vacancies to fill on the board. And when you start filling those positions, people like this ought to be considered. That would solve one of the things you have in mind, would it not, Ron?
Claude,
Yeah.
are you gonna remove the limitations on the executive board as far as the international and the central labor district?
This proposal would not do that. This proposal
Just these two vice
would
presidents.
only affect two vice presidents at large. This, now, you keep in mind, this is strictly a recommendation. If this, what we're trying to find out is get a consensus from this board, if you think you can support that kind of a proposition. You wanna chew on this a little more, think about it, come back tomorrow maybe, or would you wanna go ahead and do it tonight?
Let's wait till tomorrow.
Wait till tomorrow?
I mean, that's just my opinion.
You wanna think about it overnight?
I'd
You might
like to
well, you might
myself.
well.
I mean,
Right.
we may want to discuss this down at the Embers after a while. I don't
Yeah, all right. Is that agreeable to everybody? We don't have to take a vote on it.
Do you want?
It's something you might wanna think about over.
I do.
You don't
I
have to
agree.
act on it tonight.
We were just, talking across the table a little bit here, we raised the question. Under this arrangement, it would have to be determined at the time of nomination, who was running.
Who was running
Who
for
was
what?
right. And in a sense, I mean, Claude said a while ago that would allow y'all to have one more member. It really could possibly allow you to have two more. You could have both of those vice presidents. I mean, that would be a far-fetched thing. That's not what we're trying to cover, but I mean, it could happen.
Yeah, it's
That-
a possibility.
That possibility exists.
Well, it could apply to anybody.
Sure.
Any
I mean, I just said that
I
because
just
he
used that
used
as
you
an
for other
example,
president a while ago.
Well,
And
look,
I hasten to add that it could apply to anybody.
Right.
See,
well, in the first place, the last time I saw the affiliation, it was 41,000 and something, and anybody that gets elected's gotta get a majority.
Right.
Or he's
I mean,
gotta get more votes than somebody else, and it's gonna take more in his own organization
Sure.
to do it.
right.
So any organization that's wound up with all of them, they're gonna have a lot of help from some others to.
There you are.
So I think that within itself will cause a fairness to exist.
I think we're at the point now where that thing wouldn't happen, but I mean,
Well, that is one of the possibilities, and
Well,
it's
I
a
mean,
complicated. You see, we've been wrestling with this thing for as long as I can remember, and this is not a new problem. Fitz wanted me to get the consensus of this board as to, well, you know, he threw out about 3 or 4 different proposals at you down here that night, remember? This committee done a lot of thought into that whole thing, as you saw. And now he wants some, I guess, recommendation, just what the devil do you want, you see? So, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I think at the next convention, we need to initiate a policy, whoever may be presiding, when officer nomination comes up, that they quote the Constitution, you know what I mean, whatever that Constitution may be at that time. I think this might, you know, clear up people's mind when they start nominating what the Constitution is.
If you could go further than that, Tom, you could have the person placing the nominee, on the floor to say he was being nominated from a certain central body or from the state at large, whichever the case was, then it'd be clear what they're
Right.
being nominated for.
Well, wouldn't you open the nominations that way, now nominations are open for the vice president?
Yeah, we
Then
can do it that
then
way.
you could, right, then strictly the two at large as the last item, right, yeah. That'd be simple.
Is it okay to hold this over till tomorrow? Take it up after you've thought about it some nights? You might not think much about it after you go to them. Okay, sorry with you, we'll just hold it over till in the morning then. Now, we appointed we asked Brother Kelly to report on the education, report, but Representative Rogers has discussed with you in detail, which I think is probably one of the best documents I've come across. I think it looked to me like they adopted our complete program, that's what it looked like. Question now is what they do in terms of implementation by way of legislation. I wish they'd got enough copies for every member of the board who've had this document. I intend to still try to get one for all of you, but I was only able to talk them out of 7 copies, one for each member of the executive committee before that last meeting. Frankly, I'd like to see this organization go on record, not only in support of this report, but commending the people that put it together. Russell, you got any thoughts on it now? You've heard a Brother Rogers, you have studied it thoroughly, I'm sure. You ready to make any recommendations?
Well, first of all, I'd like to apologize. I got the blame made by the head of my deal. But ready.
Told you take it home, let your wife study it.
Well, I know that. I've been through 3 elections and 3 local unions, and I've been on vacation. When I was on vacation, every time I picked something up that had something to do with my job, I'd lay it back down. I got off 4 consecutive days before I got called back. And, lucky. But the report that Representative Rogers made on it tonight, I'm certain in favor of this organization going on record as support. I don't think anyone here will object to supporting this type program. That's just what we made on.
Would you offer a motion on that?
I'll put it in motion, I'll recommend it, let people for it.
Good job with that. Right. Get a second on the motion? Second. We're having a discussion. Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now we'll get down to the other proposition that we referred to in the minutes in terms of a full salary increase for the full-time officers and authorizing us to reopen the contract with the office workers. Their contract is in effect until April 1, so we're talking about reopening it January 1 before April 1. That's what we're talking about there. Brother Jackson, I ask you to make a report to the board on that one. Are you ready to report now on that one?
Yeah, Brother Ramsey, my report's gonna be fairly brief. You pretty well covered it. What we did at going back a ways, at a meeting prior to our last officers meeting, this question came up and there was a motion on the floor to increase the officer salaries, but it come up at a time when we wasn't sure what our financial situation was, and I at that time made a motion to table the increases until the next board meeting. And then at the last board meeting, I, of course, was more than willing to take up this question again, because in the interim time, Claude and Tom had done 2 things for us. They had made an analysis of our own financial situation so we knew what was available, and they also had got copies of all of the salaries of the secretaries and presidents and legislative representatives from a broad area of the United States and other labor organizations similar to this one, so we had something to compare it with. And in the light of all the facts that they brought to us in the last meeting, then the motion did pass in the executive committee to increase Tom and Claude by 7% effective January the 1st, with the understanding that we would also authorize them to reopen the office workers contract in January rather than to let it run on till April, with the understanding that a reasonable increase should be considered, because the last time round the girls in the office took no salary increase but took an increase only on the severance pay system. So there's a lot involved here if you don't know the whole background. But to make a long story short, we certainly did recommend the officers to grant this increase, and as chairman of this committee, I make a motion here tonight that the full board go on record adopting the 7% increase for the 2 top officers and authorize the 2 top officers to open the office workers contract January 1st, and then of course negotiations with their union representative will be the outcome of whatever they get. And
I second this motion.
All right, that matter's on the floor. Do we have any discussion?
I would say just this, Brother Ramsey, even after granting them this 7%, they will still be substantially below many of the joining states for these same jobs. They still won't even be equal, and they won't certainly be overpaid. I just want to make that clear that we're not bringing them up. We looked at all these figures, but everything we saw was higher.
That was cost of living going up 9%.
I thought that was understood, but I figured I better get it in the record.
Yeah, We got the, as James pointed out to you, we got the, as much information as we could where you would be able to compare it on an intelligent basis, and also came up with the financial status and the whole bit. And, you've heard his report. The matters before the House, do we have a discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered.
Brother Randy, I should have made this remark prior to the vote, but there was discussion in the officers meeting. We was doing this in the light of the present financial situation. Nobody really knows where we're at in this country.
Right.
What effect the energy crisis is gonna have on unemployment or the membership of any of our unions.
Right.
And we did make a point that if in the future, in the next few months, we find ourselves in an impossible situation, we may have to come back and look at this and maybe do something in reverse if it takes it to keep operating.
Right. That's,
And we did this
right.
not knowing what the future holds, because we're
Right.
talking about 41,000 members that was working and paying dues. If that gets down to like 10,000, then I think we're not in the same ballgame.
Right. This is exactly correct. Glad you threw that into the thing, because I've tried to do, I'm sure all of you are very concerned about this situation, and I'm sure you've been trying to figure out where we're gonna be. And I've been studying a lot of business publications, and the economists in this nation of ours, none of them really have the answer to it. We've never had anything to compare with this, and it's a part of the equation they've never had to deal with. So everybody's completely in the dark. All we can do, I guess, is pray and hope for the best. But that was a good comment to throw in here.
Well, just one comment
Yeah.
other than that, I noticed just in today's paper where the automobile workers is finally, the automobile companies, looks like it's gonna lay off like 58,000 workers. That's an awful lot of folks, to go out at one time, and how far down that'll filter, Lord, who knows, I don't.
Exactly right.
Tom, did you say state scribble?
What?
You done had it, Robert, you had it.
We're gonna, we're gonna consider a number of things. I said we're gonna consider,
Well, I thought he fell asleep up there, but he's still awake.
Well, I've got a number of items, and I believe that's yeah. All right, I think that is the main items in those minutes that we really need to take item by item.
I think our brother Dean advised me that I made a mistake in reading the minutes with reference to unemployment improvement.
Yeah.
Where I mentioned, the raising the percent each year. He said I said $5, that should have said 5%.
Yeah,
So I
5%.
stand corrected.
Okay, well, this is going to be the next item that I'm going to discuss with you, this particular bill, and what the committee out here has come up with in terms of recommendation. With those changes, can we get a motion to adopt these minutes?
Well, let me ask one question before you adopt it. In regards to the dates of the convention, we set them from
Right.
21st to the 23rd, which is 24, which is Monday through Wednesday.
Yeah.
Is there any special significance? It appears to me that because of the delegates coming from different local unions across the state, it would be better from the 23rd to the 25th, which would be Wednesday through Friday.
This is Monday through Thursday.
I mean, this is Monday through Thursday.
I think Mr. Knight.
What we did, Bob.
It's 3 days involved, right?
Yeah, 3 full days.
Monday, Tuesday,
What we did this
Thursday.
time, you see.
Supposed to go to Thursday.
I come up with this
Monday
rule
through Thursday.
3.5
Then
days
vote.
back.
We've always started on Monday morning.
3.5 days.
We wind up Wednesday. Well, every one of you here have been to many conventions. We always wind up with delegates worrying about 2 or 3 things. One is, are they gonna be able to stay beyond the checkout hour and not have to pay an extra day? The new executive board usually, well, it has to meet. And the problem is, do they stay over, meet that night, or stay over and meet the next day, And particularly with this last convention, I distinctly remember that we only got to just about a third of the agenda that we really needed to tackle. You know what I mean? The board needed to go home. So I came up with this idea, and I was really surprised that the committee and the board bought it, but they did. That we begin registration early Monday morning, not register any on Sunday night. We open registration early Monday, register up to noon. The convention convenes at 1:30 on Monday. Then it concludes Thursday noon. This is with the installation of office. This does several things. It provides an opportunity for that board to meet. It gets people out before dark. In many instances, we got carloads of women folks driving to the far corners of the state by themselves. They don't have to worry about paying an extra day in the hotel. And it seemed to me, and consequently to the rest, that this would be something worth trying to adjourn at noon, you know. And so we've always had it the first of the week. We've talked about what you're talking about, the latter part of the week. Another reason for starting it on Monday was that your IBEW State Association, sometimes the machinists, they all like to meet just prior to the
We'll be
state
meeting that
AFL-CIO
Friday night and Saturday.
Us, we do that
They meet
too.
on Saturday, they're amalgamated on Saturdays and Sundays.
We come in a
This
day
is
early
why
rather
we've
than-
always had the state convention beginning on Monday morning, you see. So I don't know whether this answers your question. This is generally the main reason for this type of schedule.
Well, it does. One other thing, if somebody don't wanna come till Sunday, then it gives them Sunday to travel, and in my situation, it makes a big difference how many days lost time if people's away from the place they work. It sometimes determines how many delegates you can have in attendance. So if all the travel and all the convention is during a regular work week, then the expenses on an organization like mine, where they're seeing a lot of delegates and we got a lot of locals but hardly any money, it puts a burden from that angle, and we try to combine two meetings, so we won't have one travel and cut the expenses fine, but have as big participation as possible.
Answer your question. I think one thing Bob's concerned about, you know, is the fact that a lot of these people have to go back to work.
Yeah, sure.
At the end of the week.
In the middle of the week.
Well, I understand that, yeah.
Well, under this situation with the convention running through Thursday, Bob, I winded up noon Thursday. This is probably they say, well, we didn't come home on Friday. You know, we spent Friday driving home. So this probably answers what you're thinking, right?
Yeah.
All right, can we get those minutes adopted now?
I so move.
All right, second, in discussion.
How about the
Convention headquarters. It'll,
we kicked this around
just
last time.
dawn on me what you're talking about. Well, we do have pretty good headquarters now.
Private joke.
Private group. Right. So that's taken care of. Mr. Knight will have a private suite too. All right, motion, we've adopted approval of the minutes. No, we hadn't voted. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Sorry, you got me off the track there, brother. Tucker. Anyhow, we will have good convention headquarters. Got several legislative items that I'd like to run by you, more or less as a matter of information than anything else. The minutes in the last meeting, the minutes you just approved, touched on one of those just a little bit. I want to give you a little more information on it. I think most of you know that we have an advisory committee through the Mississippi Employment Security Commission, and that I've been on that thing for a number of years. Bill Stanwell, CWA, is also on it. It's a representative group. We have manufacturers on it, and we have representatives of the public on it, and what have you. I've been on that thing now for, I guess, 12, maybe 13 years. And we've had a continual debate out there every time we have a meeting about an unemployment insurance law and a screwed up formula in that law upon which the weekly benefits is based. It's based, as I'm sure all of you remember, basically upon 50% of the state's average weekly wage. And then a little half sentence in there provided, however, that the maximum amount will be, and it was, we got it up to, $49 the last time around. That means the maximum, the most anybody can draw is $49. We got that little half sentence out and that the formula regulated as the wage, average wage went up each year, the weekly benefit amount would go up with it. We got it eliminated, for instance, the last session. This was a bill that died on the calendar, and we had the votes to pass it. It would now be right at $60. The average wage now is $120, thereabouts. Well, in this recent committee, I got good news for you folks. They had sense enough idea, somebody in the infinite wisdom, decided we ought to have a couple of members of our legislature on this thing. They appointed Senator Horton from up in Louisville to serve on it, and Betty Jane Long from York County, from the House to serve on it. We had that meeting out there a couple of months ago, and after our discussion, you wouldn't believe it, but Betty Jane Long has agreed to introduce the bill that we finally agreed upon. And basically, this is what the bill does. It eliminates the maximum in the law. That's the first important thing it does, is take that half a sentence out with the limitation in the law. And then the percent will be increased 5% each year until it gets to 65%, which is a 5% increase each year. The important thing here, however, is not the increase in that percentage is important, but the more important than that is getting that maximum limitation out of the law. And I thought you'd like to know that one of your representatives, who has not always been the most progressive person over there, has agreed to introduce the bill. The bill has been drafted. I talked to Walter Bevins out there today, the attorney, at least the director of unemployment. They got the bill ready. He hopes to get Senator Horton to introduce it in the Senate and Betty Jane Long in the House.
Sounds like a real good deal to me.
Right, and because you see, I think that this is a matter of necessity. It has to be one of our priority items in this session of the legislature. We've been fortunate around here for a number of years in terms of the number of unemployed workers. But I'm very fearful that before this year is out that we might not be that fortunate. Therefore, I think we ought to concentrate as much of our efforts on getting this thing corrected now as we can. I'm sure all of you share that sentiment. But this is very encouraging to me after 12 or 14 years of battling to get that limitation out of the law. And now have a couple of members of the legislature themselves and that commission, and each one of them has agreed to it. And not only that, but they've agreed to introduce it. Now, we still won't have it where it ought to be. It really ought to be 66 2/3 of lost wages. But for us, this is going to be a tremendous improvement, don't you think, Mr. Williams?
I think so, but I could see where it could get to be terrible if we had a heck of a recession.
On the draw? All right, let's talk about that. This concerns some people. We started looking at trust funds. Let me tell you what's happening in the trust fund. When we had the debate on the bill a year ago, there was $94 million in the trust fund. $94 million. The reason that thing keeps building up is because there ain't enough coming out of it. Well, since that debate a year ago, that thing has jumped up to, I believe it was $112 million, or thereabouts. It's increased that much in 1 year's time, from 94 to $112 million. Now, under our system of financing, all of the employers are paying the minimum tax rate now.
That's right.
The minimum tax rate. The Congress has increased the taxable wage a couple of years ago, where it was based upon $3,000, the first $3,000, that was where it set back in the 30s and the law was passed. They've increased that, I think it's up to $4,200, which means the fund is even building up more. Now, we can do what we're talking about without talking about another tax increase or anything. It's, you know, because of that tremendous trust fund and the way it's building up. This was all gotten into in a discussion, and when Betty Jean realized the depth of this thing and the fact that we had this much money in banks in Washington, D.C., she was immediately ready to go with a bill we ought to do, give it to the Mississippi Workers. We ought to have her on there a long time ago.
She remembered what happened in the city election in Meridian.
I think that might have had more to do with it than anything else.
I don't know what most of the people, what percentage they're on, but construction contractors says they 3%.
3.2 is the law.
About as well as they. Is that the law?
3.2% of wages. Up to the tax.
They pay right.
You talking about the tax rate?
Right.
Isn't it also something in the law that protects those companies? I don't care, you know, hell, if a man gets laid off, let him get the money to pay it somewhere. But
based on
if
experience,
if
man.
you
Right.
got,
Based
if
on
you don't have
individual
any
employer
layoffs-
expense, right?
If you don't have any layoffs, well, after you pay a certain amount, you don't pay anymore.
Well, they got a minimum, what they call a zero rate.
Right.
They got a zero rate. Now, if you remember, those of you around several years ago, we had one hell of a fight in that legislature on the proposed change in the method of financing. Prior to that, the tax rate itself was based upon the expense across the board of all employers. And then the utilities and people like that that had no unemployment
They didn't pay any.
decided that they were helping pay the freight for some other people where they had a lot of unemployment. Therefore, they wanted to change the method of financing to the so-called chargeback system, where the tax rate is based upon the expense of the individual employers. You see, a minimum was set.
But that's
on-
another reason the funds built up. Then the individual employer began to make it as impossible as they could for their people to collect it because they knew it affected the rate. So that's why
Right.
your funds
This is
goes up.
part of your problem now.
Well, you gotta fight every case through the courts.
Right. This is the reason you're getting a lot of fighting and, you know, protesting the people when they file for unemployment insurance from the employer because it affects his individual tax rate.
That's like Lip blocked the geeks and had to pay them while they was out.
Well, that was another one of them storybook things. They not smarter themselves, Steve. We'll tell you about this sometime. This probably I got more good out of this than anything happened in a long time. See that big corporation get caught in that kind of deal. And in effect, they turned the strike into a lockout, thinking they was going to starve people out. When we got through over here, they were drawing unemployment insurance, getting food stamps, and you know, it's a long story. But anyhow, this is where we are with this proposal. I thought you ought to get this information more than anything else. You just adopted the minutes, and I thought you ought to have this information for consideration. Another matter that was dealt with in George Rogers' report. I think we're going to see something done in this session, and that's on equalization on the property taxes. I was happy to see this recommendation in the report. And I'm glad that Russell Kelly didn't read that damn report, because they draw a comparison between George County and another county and show where George County is not properly, they're not doing the job they ought to be doing down in terms of paying their fair share of property taxes. I wondered, you know, why you hadn't already said something.
Well,
But,
not only that, they're not even doing it fairly in George County. People in places worth a heck of a lot more than mine, paying less than I pay.
Yeah, it varies from one side of the street to the
That's
other.
right, it all depends
No.
on who you vote.
Who you know.
Who you know and
No.
how long you've had it. really.
How long you
People-
had it's the main problem up our way.
People got a home in George County for $75,000 10 years ago. It was worth $30,000, so they still paying on those things.
That's what it is, that's the way it is up home.
Now, this is where we are on this one, and we got
The supervisor, you just tell them.
we got one part of this thing that I want a decision on. We're gonna have to make a decision on in one phase of this thing. Let me see if I can sum this thing up for you as briefly as I can. It's a complicated subject, and I don't profess to be an expert on it, but we have been talking about it for several years, and it has been part of our program for several years. Our Constitution, the state Constitution, to me is very clear. Now, if you remember here a couple of years ago, we had Ellis Boudron, who is an expert in this area, probably as knowledgeable person as I know, to come before our convention and tell you what was happening out here and how it affected the state's bonded indebtedness and the whole bit. But under the state's Constitution, taxes are supposed to be levied equally across the board. I mean, that's the sum and substance of it all. But it varies all over the lot when it comes to property taxes at the county level, which is more or less the responsibility of the tax assessor. The property tax, as George Rogers pointed out to you, is where at least 50% of the money to run schools come from. Of course, the other 50% comes from the state. And in effect, what's been happening here is in some counties such as Jackson and Hines, where they've done a pretty good job and equalized taxes and tried to correct some of the problems many of you are familiar with. People here are paying what is considered to be their fair share of taxes to support their school system and what have you. Some counties are not. We have a meeting of the legislature over here, and so they decide how they're going to appropriate money to the school system. So where you're paying $4 or $5 into the kitty over here for education, somebody over here is not paying but $1, we'll say, at Itawamba, you know, for your $4, then you help and finance schools in Itawamba County. This is a crude example, but basically this is a good description of it. Now, George Rogers talked about the threat of federal court action. You know where the threat of that federal court action is, don't you? From this organization. This organization went on record several years ago that if the legislature did not correct this inequity, that we would go to court. And we think that a simple suit in a state court here is going to get the job done. And we got lawyers, and I had lawyers that have been wanting to go to court on this a long time. But it's a very complicated situation. And I've been reluctant to get into it, and I've told the legislature that we're reluctant to get into it. Your homestead exemption gets involved in it, you see. The matter of the right kind of money to do the proper study gets into it. And all of the states got the money to do the job that has to be done. I told the chairman of the committee, last session, the Senate passed the bill, and it was put in the Ways and Means Committee. The Ways and Means Committee decided to set up a subcommittee to study this matter and make some recommendations to this session. I told the chairman of that subcommittee, Charlie Deaton and Greenwood, the situation. We had a long talk about it. And I told him, I said, Charlie, we're aware of all of these complicated problems, but friend, I'm telling you, if this next session of the legislature don't act on equalization, as a matter of necessity, we're going to have to file a court suit. I said, my board adopted a motion on this about 8 years ago, and we've just about run out of string on this one. Well, the word's out. They've had their hearings. They're preparing bills now. The indications are that the possibility of getting something looks pretty good, but we got a stinker around the corner we have to deal with. The Farm Bureau Federation has come up with a proposal that property should be classified. Now, if that's done, and special consideration is given to the wealthy plantation owners in the Delta with all this rich farmlands, that will completely nullify the full intent of equalization, in my opinion. And, you know, I just don't see how the hell we can, in all fairness to everybody, get along with it.
You can get on the farmer's toes. Let me ask you a question, Clark. I see your point, and it's well taken, but what about the worker, small farmer, that the city has expanded out to him is, making a living off of this farm and then strictly doing it as a living. And if they, there's commercial property on each side of him or something, if they equalize his, they'll put him out, completely out of business.
No.
In other words, if they class his property as a farm, if they assess it at the same value that they do as neighbors on each side as commercial property, he can't live.
Well, no, I don't think now that we're gonna, that what I'm talking about here is that, a farm's not gonna be classified as commercial. That's a home. It's not, no, you know,
You're
we're
talking
not.
about where you own 2,000 acres, you don't even live there.
I know it, but I'm talking about the person that got a 300-acre farm, and that ain't no big farm in this day and time. But, and the city has moved out to him. He is not interested in selling it to nobody. He's farmer. That's all he knows, and he wants to keep that farm. And they raise the taxes up to where he cannot make a living on this land as farm. He don't have any place else to buy any. So what did he do?
Well, I can chime in on that a little bit. We just had a member that did. He sold his, that he paid less than $200 an acre for, $3,000 an acre. He had 320 acres and he went out and bought him 1,000 acres. The money he got out of it.
So it worked out pretty nice, huh?
It was worth a lot more, wasn't it?
Right.
Well, actually,
Well-
though, this tax equalization thing, we're discussing it at the county level, not the city level, right?
Right, that's what I was gonna get around to.
County. Curtis, it's not, we're not
It's
talking
not-
about a combination city county.
Yeah, but I'm still.
Well, no,
That could happen to him in the way it's set up now.
Yeah.
Taken in by the city.
If you
Well-
just took into city limits of some town, that could happen to you now with those things.
I'm not worried about those rich farmers. What about Scott, International, Masonite, St. Regis?
this
That's the
is,
dirty crooks on.
this is what the problem is.
Well,
You
let
see, and these are the people that's pushing this classification.
We're talking
No.
about people on millions of acres of land in Mississippi State.
Right. The people that own 90%, I guess, of the forest land in this country, especially in South Mississippi, the big paper companies. You know, they own millions of acres of this rich forest land. And they're paying virtually no taxes, and these people are going to begin to have to pay more taxes. Than
They're
they
getting
pay.
special consideration, Claude, where they're
Yeah.
classified as a tree farm.
Sure.
They're getting a lower rate
Well-
of pay, and then in turn, they're turning around and leasing it to private hunting clubs for a lump sum of money, paying what few taxes they are paying. On the international they ain't paying nothing no more.
That's right.
Glad you was here because that's a very good point.
International Scott owns at least 80% of Georgia County. And they've got, out of that 80% they own, they've leased back 40% of that to hunting clubs at 25 cents an acre. The tax on it's about a dime today.
Well,
They're making a profit off of it, just leasing land out.
this is a very complicated situation, and again, I don't profess to be an expert in it, but you see, under the present setup, let's take an example. Best way I know to do it. In Jackson County. The county itself, the Board of Supervisors can do this at the county level. A number of counties have. Now, your Board of Supervisors are responsible for raising the revenue to run county government with, which means they set the millage on property in terms of the school tax you pay and the whole bit. Now, you can have equalization, you know, reevaluation and equalization. Some people might possibly get a reduction in taxes because this is what happens. When you get the thing properly evaluated, then the Board of Supervisors sits down and levies the millage that you're going to pay on your property to meet that proposed budget. In many cases, the millage is dropped when this happens, which means when the millage drops, if your property remains about the same value, you're going to get a tax decrease. I've seen some studies that indicated this is what really happens. A third of the people pay more taxes, a third of the people pay less taxes, a third of the people stay about like they are.
Well, let me ask you a question on that. I talked to my representative a few days ago, and he says in some of these counties where that they did this, the utility companies are the one that's making a killing off of it. When you lowered the millage, that they was paying, well, one county, I forget now which one, he told me had saved $75,000 last year.
Utility?
Right.
Well, that's strange for him to say that, because under the present setup, the state tax commission levies the tax on utilities. And under the present setup, utilities are paying what is considered to be a fair rate of taxes statewide. They're not affected by the local tax assessors. This is handled by the state tax commission.
Well, that's the reason I asked the question, because I wasn't knowledgeable enough on the subject to argue the point with him.
Well, you see, this is, you know, there's all kinds of stuff involved in it, but the utilities, and I don't understand these people, I guess they got reasons for it, but they're, comparatively speaking, they're overtaxed in some of the counties, you know, comparatively speaking. It's a complicated situation, you know. The organization here has been on record on this for a long time, and it looks to me like we're right about at the point of getting something done.
This is one of the few things that Jerry and I have ever disagreed on, but Jerry's a politician, he ain't wanting to get beat next term. So that's an unpopular subject around where I live.
He's from, unfortunately, Jerry's a pretty good guy on most labor things, but unfortunately, Jerry Wilman is from a county that's, damn it, falls in the category, yet they ain't paying the fair share of the damn taxes up there.
I can't argue that point, but I live in that county too.
So does Russell Kelly, he lives in George County.
Russell's gonna go up to,
They just went up 50% last year.
I believe, Clark, we have a law on the state that says that, well, like let me give you an example. They're gonna wanna build a new courthouse, so they have to float a bond issue, even in the city and the county. And they float a bond issue to appropriate $20,000 or.
More like a million, so the courthouse.
I mean, $22 million or something to build a courthouse. Now, you need one, and everybody knows you need one, so, they vote for it. At the same time, they tell you it's gonna raise you 3 more meals on your taxes and so forth. Now, they vote for the thing, and the law says that they've got to present it to you to vote on. But the law needs to be changed that this money that you raise, the 3 meals or so that they raise it, cannot be used for anything else. In other words, when you pay that courthouse off, then that 3 meals ought to drop, because they take that same money and go ahead then, the supervisors, the city officials take that same money and go buy what they want to then and keep charging you with that tax. And I don't know what I've talked to.
Sounds like the seawall tax on the Gulf Coast.
Beautiful
It never did get cut. It's never cut.
Once you get it
pay
on
for
there, you can forget it.
That's right.
Right.
And this is a law that ought to be changed.
I agree, I couldn't agree with you any more on that, because we gotta have a situation on the Gulf Coast for a long time, and they still got it. They pay a
Well,
seawall tax on gasoline down there.
But
That
Claude, you
seawall
could have the
built for years.
situation they got in Forest County now.
Tore down,
There, the supervisors did try to equalize. They come up and dropped the millage by about 2 mills, and the county school boards now got a lawsuit in federal court because they didn't let them charge the maximum. They want to put it back on there and go to court to get it back.
We already got that.
So I don't know which way you go, but
Well, you know, what we said years ago when we adopted this proposal was that we felt that everybody ought to pay their fair share of taxes.
I just wasn't sure you was aware of that particular lawsuit.
I wasn't.
I think it's 2 mills. They dropped it to 23, and they said they'd always been 25, and the state law says it may be. Apparently there's a difference between the city and the county. The city says it must be. The county says it may be. So the supervisor dropped it 2 mills. So now the school board sued the supervisor in federal court to get the 2 mills put back on the taxpayer, because they want it.
I don't really think win that lawsuit.
I don't know. They think they can.
I think the board of supervisors have the authority in final analysis to levy those taxes.
Well, what they want now, they already drafted a bill by one of our legislators from down there to say, change the law to say it must be 25 mil, it
That's
can't
in
be
there.
less.
Well, it must be 25?
Right.
Oh, well, that indicates they don't think they got a damn case in court.
Probably
They got a
don't.
bill they wanna pass it.
But if
Right.
if you got a state law says it must be, then how they gonna lower it if you get equalization is my question.
Oh,
One's gonna conflict with the other.
Defeat that bill.
Right.
well, that bill ain't gonna pass.
You
They
see
ain't-
what I'm
They ain't
saying?
gonna pass that kind of a damn bill over there where they got a mandatory 25 mil.
It's already that way for the cities in this state today. It's a mandatory 25 mil, must tax 25 mil to support city schools. What the law is now.
You sure of that?
I'm positive.
I believe that's important.
That's on the municipal separate district.
Right.
Well, you see, again, we get into this screwed up situation, all these different kinds of school districts.
The city says must, the county says may.
Yeah.
So they hung on to the may and dropped it to, and
Right.
they sued them.
Right, well, it's a rather complicated subject, it really is. Now, there's another factor here, that's homestead exemption. There's another bill.
That same thing, by the way, is in this report.
Yeah, yeah,
Must be 25.
yeah,
We can talk about good things about taxes now, but this is a thing,
yeah, but we can make some of these people pay their fair share that ain't paying, and they ain't working people, that's the people we're talking about.
You know, Paul, excuse me for interrupting. There's a thing I saw a study being made with a congressional committee not long ago, and it's estimated that 30% of the real property within the United States is not on the tax roll.
No doubt that about
30%
it.
in this country.
And we probably got at least that much more in Mississippi that's really not on the road. Well, there's another factor here, and this is one I guess that this organization ought to take a position on. There's been a lot of talk, and there's been bills introduced in the last session that are gonna be introduced in this session, and this is gonna have a bearing on the subject at hand. And that's homestead exemption for people over 65. This appears to me to be this is for home, over people when they get 65, exempt. Seem to be humanitarian item, but it's gonna affect the subject at hand, You like to kick that around a little bit.
You mean more so than the homestead exemption law now exempts them?
Complete exemption of taxes.
You talking about complete exemption of people over 65,
Yeah.
whether they got money
Well,
or not.
That was one of the things that Jerry said, if we could get this included in the bill, he might go for it.
Well, I think there ought to be some restriction, some
Yeah.
limitation on it. There really ought to be, and that's the reason I ought to bring this up here. Now, take the average working guy that's got a small plot of land with a home, that's retired, one of your union members. I think these are the kind of people that we have compassion for that we're talking about. We're not talking about homestead exemptions being applied to everybody if they got $2 million in the bank and the whole bit, are we?
That's what I'm talking about. It is not fair, to exempt a person that can pay the taxes. I mean, it should be on
How do you write a law like that now?
well,
You
at least
you can't do that, come on.
You got to treat everybody equally.
Man, we've been writing contracts too long to believe somebody else can write a law for somebody and not write it for everybody.
Well, there would have to be a limit pegged on it.
you could put a limit on it, you could put a limit on the value of it. If a man was able to go out there and build a home that was worth, just a few of them now is worth $100,000, and that's some of the small ones. If he's able to do that, he ought to pay some taxes. But if he's got a home that's worth now $30,000, why you could say exempt from $30,000 down.
It'd be written like homestead.
That's right. Homestead exemption don't exempt a man just because he owns a home and 1,000 acres of land, it just exempts 160 acres.
Wouldn't we be getting back into this thing of offers oaths and so forth, that the labor movement's been fighting for?
Somebody has to determine who is poor, there's no question.
Yeah, you get to it, you do.
Same thing with the Medicare, this was the argument that some people use on Medicare.
Yeah, well, you know, again, you have to be consistent. I agree with what you said. It's gonna be pretty hard to ride a bell that's not consistent. But,
Well, look at that thing though, Claude. If you exempt them, who's the most of them that's gonna be affected? Most of them gonna be us. 3/4 of them.
Sure.
Or
That's
more.
the reason I can't be against it.
Well, I couldn't either, but at the same time, you build these loopholes, and all the loopholes is built for the rich. Let's face it, working men ain't got no loopholes in the tax structures amount to anything. And, what the other one's gonna do is, over 65, they're gonna build them a mansion out there and get it exempt.
Curtis, you said your papers.
That's what you need to do.
Let's don't forget that the original homestead, law was passed. People who had to fill out Civil War.
I know people in Florida does too, that's happened about it.
that's what Miss Phillips just asked you, and I don't really know how much money we're really talking about it to take out. You see what you've got here now, and this is unfortunate as hell, but the average person, you start talking about doing away with homestead exemption, you create a revolt. You know, nobody's really getting anything out of this. They think they are, but they're really not, because when they exempt, you give you what, it's 5,000, ain't it, on your...
$600 is actual money,
I don't remember what it is, but...
taxable, see.
Yeah, all right. But you see,
Not much.
what happens here is that the state reimburses these counties for this homestead exemption. Well, that money has to come from somewhere, so it comes from taxes. Sales tax.
So you're paying anyhow.
So you're paying it anyhow. But you try to convince somebody about it, you create a revolution.
Well, another thing, the homestead exemption law is not enforced. You're supposed to live on your property to get it. I can take you
Right.
to 50 people right now that's getting homestead exemption on their places that ain't lived on them in 20 years. They don't live within 10 miles of them.
I didn't know that. I should make application for that shack of mine.
You live there 2 days a week, you can get it.
Well,
Yeah, but I ain't do that, I've been through it, I'm getting on it all.
No, I've got a house a lot of.
perhaps you don't want to
But
deal
mine
with this
did come
subject
within the
any
law,
longer.
mine was close enough together.
10 to 10.
10 to 10. About time to head for them.
The only comment I'd make on the whole tax equalization proposition, if out of it we get equalization of taxes, fairly paid by everybody, hoorah, I'm for it. But if we wind up with us paying the same taxes that we've been paying, or a little more, and everybody else paying a little, and some paying less, then I don't know where we're at, really.
I'm not against the equalization of taxes. I just wanted some, although I may have sounded like it, I just want some, I want some information on it. That at the same time, I wanted to be sure we get equalization of taxes like James says, and not end up with us paying all of it like we do the income tax.
That's what we have to guard
Exactly
against.
what I'm interested in.
I guess about the only thing we can do about this situation is to stay on top of it,
Mine's within a
well as
couple
we
miles.
can. And if it don't look like what they're trying to do, as what we think it ought to be, is just to fight the devil out of the bill and say we'd rather take our chances with the courts.
I think so. The main thing that I think we ought to be concerned about, whatever tax bill they pass of an equalization nature, you'd have to have a statewide organization that would set values. If you leave the value set in each county, you ain't done nothing.
Well, this I
mean, you'll
understand.
get right back to.
Well,
Who voted for who?
well, this I understand. Talking with Bud Thigpen, who's working with the committee. Bud is a former member of the House from Cleveland.
Equal to what? Set by who? You know, I mean,
This this is one of the reasons that the House wanted to set up this committee, because of this problem. One of the proposals they're gonna make, I understand, is that the state itself finance this, and it's gonna take a complete reevaluation job, county by county, to get it equalized in all the counties. And a lot of the counties don't have the money to do the job. This is part of the problem. So that, I think, is one thing that we can support without any equivocation. The other problem that has to be dealt with is this matter of reevaluation on a periodic basis. If this is not done, then within a period of 10 years, you'll be back where you are now. So this has to be part of it.
Claude, I bet you, and I've made no analysis of it, I bet you if you check the counties that everybody thinks now is fairly taxed and equal, you'd find that the value set is nowhere near the same between the two counties you compare.
Well, that's the reason I wish we had copies of that study committee report for everybody, because they have done a good job of comparing counties. Yes, Steve?
Let me ask a question, Clark. The court cases I've read on this thing is strictly concerning school taxes. Is that what you're talking about, the equalization of taxes in as far as the school system is concerned?
Not
Property
altogether
taxes for
taxes.
schools?
This is involved. It involves some taxes for schools, but it's not just schools.
It's not the whole ball of wax.
The only court cases that I've read, that I've seen on the thing,
Louisiana,
where they
the
initiated
Louisiana
that really are strictly-
AFL-CIO accidentally filed the suit, and this is what's got them all moving now.
You know, there's been a suit filed in California, there's already one decision in the California court and one in the Texas court.
Yeah.
But it's strictly on the question of school property.
We're not talking about just schools. We're talking about the inequity from county to county, and from one side of the street to the other. The fact that we spend on the,
President got on there, we've got 1% of the tax assessor in the state of Mississippi that knows any more about valuation of property or taxes than I do.
you don't have.
You
That's the reason the state has to put up the money and have to hire the experts to do the job. You're absolutely correct.
You are familiar that we have some school districts that in northern part of the state that pay county taxes, that live out in the county, and also have to pay city taxes because they send their kids city schools, don't they?
Yeah, I was in that.
Yeah, I've been in that situation. That was my situation on the Gulf Coast.
There in Clark, you got eight that live in the city district that we got the county taxes, no county road bill, tax on that.
Yeah.
You got buses that pick them up and haul them.
I know what it is.
Well, if we get into this school district thing, you can really get into something on that.
They will, in the morning to bring it up. Exemption of sales tax.
The cows don't need them.
That's, we are.
But they want more money, but they don't want me to.
The equalization thing is classification thing. We are just about at 10 o'clock. We got several other things we need to kick around some. The speaker situation is one. We're probably going to have more time in the morning than tonight. I think. If you like, we can recess now and come back at 8:30 in the morning to practice. I see several people fidgeting around. It seems to indicate there's probably many along with that. So if that's the verdict of the group, we can recess now and come back in the morning.
I so move.
Can I get a motion to that
I
effect?
so move.
Recess at 8:30 in the morning, 8:30 sharp.
Hey, I want everybody to take one of these,
Okay.
and so I'll not forget it.
Somebody made some kind of remark about the meal tonight. I tell you what we did about the meal. When we found out we was gonna have several board members absent, I decided to have steak instead of hamburger.
We appreciate it.
Those people not gonna appreciate it very much.
Still running, or she rewinding?
to get the meeting started.
More papers got plenty of information.
You're kidding, I've been.
Need it or not.
Now, James, I compiled all this in the last one day.
In
Decided
one day?
in the last day they had to have all this.
Good Lord, that's all the notice you had.
I said, now, y'all right sure you don't want something else?
Lord, 5 minutes notice is nothing.
I know it.
So everybody else.
This is a new deal,
You should
creation by
have,
CLU.
you should have gone through that standing
Yeah.
and counted 13 times each local that went to each CLU, you know?
You speak to me, come in, you running up here dragging.
That comes up to 40,425,
The total.
which is our now new standard.
40,000.
425.
You got to put this on.
We got a new affiliate since the one we sent out.
Right.
We may get to be plutocrats.
Oh,
Will the meeting please come to order? We've passed out an agenda for this meeting, and we'll try to best of our ability to follow the agenda. And as you'll note, as I mentioned earlier, we have adjournment time set at 10 o'clock. Hopefully we'll be through by that time or sooner. It'll depend on the amount of discussion we have, of course. And of course, the items we have on the agenda does not preclude any member of the board from adding anything to the agenda when we get on to new business. Now, we have a couple of visitors present. Several of them will be making reports to the board. Also, we have Ed Lowe, president of the Metal Trades Council of Pascagoula, who is here with us as a guest. Carla Petit, who had dinner with us, had to leave. We'd like to welcome our guest here tonight. And you're welcome to stay for the entire board meeting after you've made your reports if you want. If you have other things you want to take care of after you've made your reports and like to leave, well, feel free to do so. We've had the first part of the agenda, of course. At this point, we'll have the reading of the minutes from the previous meeting. You might want those minutes read, so it has been a while since we had that meeting. Refresh your memory on it.
This was Friday, January 5. Can you hear me, sitting down? Of course, begin with lunch. Vice President Taylor giving invocation. Legislation calling for partial no-fault insurance. Workman's compensation improvements. President Ramsey outlined the need for improvements in workman's compensation, specifically, 1, the right of a worker to choose his own doctor. 2, in cases where an injured worker is forced to litigate the compensation case, that attorney fees be paid by parties responsible instead of being deducted from the injured worker's settlement. Vice President Fly related the experience of his local and Armstrong Rubber Company matches and the need for legislation on right of worker to choose doctor. Vice President Schaefer also discussed the need to improve discount price on lump sum settlement. Occupational and Safety and Health Act. President Ramsey stated he felt that House Bill 115 establishing the Mississippi Occupational Safety and Health Act be the most important piece of legislation to come up in the 73 session. He explained that the federal act allows for states to enact and take over factory inspections if certain requirements are met. He gave a brief history of proposed state legislation and explained that having doubts about HB 115. President Ramsey reported on having mailed the National AFL-CIO a copy of the bill for their analysis, but had not heard from them as yet. The board discussed this matter for some time, question of whether to support the state act or not. It was moved, second, and carried that the state AFL-CIO oppose any legislation which did not meet federal regulation. The executive board also to create a state lay board of education if members are elected and not appointed. Licensing of chiropractors. President Ramsey discussed the need for regulations and license of chiropractors in the state. It was moved, second, and carried to support legislation to license chiropractors. It was also moved, second, and carried that the executive committee go on record in appreciation for all the hard work done in the 72 campaign by Amy Hollowell and Bob Woodson. No further business. Meeting adjourned at 4:30 p.m.
Do we have any corrections or omissions to the minutes?
I make a motion that the minutes be received, adopted, and read.
I'll
Have a
second.
We have a motion and a second that the minutes be approved as read. Any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Just one comment on that was a lengthy board meeting, as all of you know, and we took up a lot of business, especially on legislative items, and I'm sure all of you are aware of what occurred in the legislature. We didn't get very much done. The chiropractor bill was, of all those measures mentioned, was the only thing that was really passed. But we were able to kill the bill that would take over the policing of factories, the state OSHA Act. It was killed in committee. We still have that battle ahead of us. That's the main thing I want to get over to you, that the proponents of that bill are still hard at work, and the word that I get is that they are now maneuvering around whereby they can still take over the policing of factories. Just wanted to put you on notice that that's still in the making. Now, under the agenda that we have, well, the first thing I should mention to you is the arrangement we made on purchasing the lot. I was authorized, I believe, by the executive committee to proceed in seeing what arrangements we could work out on buying that vacant lot adjacent to the building. We talked the man down from $16,500 to $1,500 on the price. I was able to talk the people in Washington out of another $10,000 loan, interest-free. We had $5,000 in the legislative fund that we put with that and paid cash for the lot. We now own the vacant lot. And you'll notice on that financial report that you got, we'll get into that a little bit later on the agenda, about what the arrangements are and how we go about paying these loans off. But I think we made a very good deal on this particular piece of property. And I think that it'll be a very good investment in the future. All right, let's get on now to the financial report. We have passed out to you a financial report of sorts, which Ms. Phillips spent a lot of time on putting together. And what you actually have is a breakdown on a monthly basis of the income of the state council and the prorated itemized list on expenses. As you'll note, we got convention expenses, things like this, it shows up. But what she's done is broke it down where you can have some idea about the monthly income and the monthly outgo, a comparison on a month-to-month basis. This is what this is all about. There is one item that does not show up on the budget you have before you that involves a considerable amount of money over 4 years. And that's the election of the legislature. We spend a considerable amount of money in this area. We need to spend a lot more, I might say, in the election of the legislature. That item does not appear on this bare bones budget. Keep in mind that this is a bare bones budget. Another item that I'd like to call your attention to on that is the reimbursements of $200 a month that you see on there. That is, we get $100 a month from the Appalachian Council for part-time secretarial help and what have you. Carolyn writes Steve's a letter about once a month. And anyhow, we get that little help out of them. And then we get another $100 out of the RTP program, Bob, Kyle. And hopefully after we meet with Bill Ross next week, we'll keep that $100 coming, because I think it's going to be necessary for us to probably hire another office girl sometime around the first of the year if the AFL-CIO's reorganization program goes into effect the way it looks like it's going. It sounds to me like that they're going to abolish the organizing department, probably abolish this office, and when that happens, it means that the state AFL-CIO, without a doubt, will have to take up the slack and provide the duties and services to the organizers that are now being provided in that office. And I believe that pretty well covers it. The budget the report you have is fairly self-explanatory. You'll take note, I think, that was it not for the subsidies that we're getting out of the national office at the present time, we wouldn't be breaking even. Now, when we got into the severance pay plan, and after the salaries were set, the last time I made contact with Stanton Smith and made applications for a renewal or continuation of the subsidy. And after some wrangling, we eventually convinced them that the subsidies ought to continue. So that subsidy was renewed and will continue up until I think it's first March of next year, is it not? March? May. All right. Anyhow, that was renewed. Now you will also note on that report, I assume, that the affiliated membership has increased considerably since our last board meeting. It's now up slightly past 40,000 members. For the information of some of the newer board members, this is the highest it's ever been. We still have a number of locals that are not affiliated, but it is encouraging to me, and Tom especially, that many locals now are seeing the need to affiliate with this organization. I was just advised before this board meeting that a big local in Pascagoula with over 1,000 members voted to affiliate or re-affiliate last night, which means when they come in, the figure will be up past 41,000. We picked up another Carpenters local in Vicksburg this week with a little over 100 members, so the thing is improving. Tom, do you have anything that you want to add to this financial report? Or do we have any questions on the financial report before we move on? Callan's done a real good job of putting that thing in language or breaking it down in figures that you can glance at and tell where we are on the outgo, the income, and the whole bit. Now, the loan thing that I mentioned to you, you'll see at the bottom of the page, we've made 3 loans from the National AFL-CIO. One was to purchase the building, another one was on repairs to the building, and the last one was on the purchase of the vacant lot. Now, when I made the arrangements with the national office for that last loan, I advised them that I felt that we could pay $100 a month on that one, in addition to what we were paying on the other 2. And as the other 2 expired, as we retired the oldest one, we would continue paying, what is it, $500 a month? We would continue paying the $500 a month on the remaining 2 and the remaining 1 until all were paid out. Now, we estimate that in a little less than 5 years, we'll have all 3 loans retired.
March of 78.
March of 78. Little less than 5 years. We have any questions? Okay, good. All right, let's get on now to the next item on the agenda, where we'll now get into some reports from some of our good friends here at the meeting. First on the list is Brother S.H. Dees with Appalachian Council. Brother Dees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. It's always happy to be back with you and old friends at the board meeting. So I'll just get in with a report, which I think is lots better than than it was at the last board meeting. We have 14 programs, I believe I'm right on that, in the state. They run from Tupelo, Mississippi to the Gulf Coast. I still,
You say Tupelo?
Tupelo, yes, Boston North.
Tupelo to Pascagoula.
Pascagoula. And, most of them are with manufacturing companies, which most of y'all are representing here tonight. Which we have one building tradesman present. I was notified the first of this month that we were out of OJT money. We'd spend it, we've got somewhere close to between $75 and maybe $100,000 coming in the state of Mississippi as OJT money from the council when the programs are completed. And I believe the last closes out November the 2nd of this year. That's for the longshoremen in Pascagoula. I find that a lot of the factories or company people, which we need to be working with, I think, that's where we make our money. If we can help them to train our members, and our members can do a better job, and when they can do a better job, then the company's going to have an incentive, we hope, to give them more money for what to do. And if we know that it costs the company money to train and hire new people and upgrade old people that's been with us. I think we have several programs going in the state to where some of our members have been with the company for several years, have moved up into another pay category or will be shortly, to where they've been able to do the job more efficient. We do have some money left for building trades, upgrading of journeymen. You might say, well, now what's that? Well, we'll take, I'm an IBEW man, I'll just take an IBEW. Say that you've got a local union of journeymen, wiremen, or linemen, that some of the members haven't had any experience or any training in high voltage cable splicing. We have the money, if the local union can get the programs and the schooling from their international, we'll furnish the money to pay for all material, rent on the building, all costs. We'll put a program like this on. All the local union man has to do is just attend the classes, and he'll be benefiting himself from it. Take the carpenters, they may want it in welding, they may want it in blueprint reading, just whatever that the membership in that local wants is kind of a class. And they'll set the class up, all we'll do is furnish the money and help coordinate it, get the instructors. They pick their own instructor who does teaching. And it's about the same thing in the factory. In other words, we don't go into any factory or any company without the local union's consent, and most of the time, in fact I reckon nearly every time, that I've called on a company is through the representative that represents them from the local union that they have a signed bargain agreement with. And I try to stress to them that if they hadn't had a signed agreement, there wouldn't be any way that they could get a program through the Appalachian Council. Well, I was with the building trade contractor on the Gulf Coast, and wrote the contract. He had signed it, got it approved, delivered it back. He said, now answer me one question. I'm showing you this to show you that these companies and these employers still have a doubt. He says, what is this, matching funds? I said, what you mean matching funds? He says, well, the local union agreed for me to get this money. He says, for every dollar I get, do they get $1? I said, no, they don't get one dime out of it. The only thing they get out of it is the training of their members to do you a better job. He said, well, I just figured they'd get as much as I get out of it. And that's pretty hard to sell sometimes. And I would love to say for us down, we're out of OJT money, but we're expecting a new contract in November. And if any of you plants or factories in your negotiations, you can mention it to the companies, and if that we will be glad to come in and write them a program. They do the training with you, and the local union does the training of the members. All we do is just furnish them additional money they'll pay for. And I'll be glad to get to meet with you or with your local union, or with you and the company, or permission, I'll go in and meet with the company. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Brother Dees. You've got a couple of programs in the plants that some of these people represent, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, we just closed out one week or 2 weeks ago with Dave Bright, Brother Davis is local, 1028.
Right.
And they didn't get to complete the whole contract, but we signed the contract and they were expecting to take on about 20 additional people to put onto the program. And we got, they had 6, I believe it was, upgrading for master die setters. So therefore, the company just got paid for the master die setter, which I believe, I remember, right around $3,900. And then I had one with Taylor Machine Works here at Louisville. I delivered them a check last week for $8,700. And I have some with contractor here in Jackson, 4 or 5 on the Gulf Coast. And I really like the way the longshoremen have started out in their training at Pascagoula. They running the program themselves. They got permission from their company to use their equipment at half rental fee. And when the longshoremen are not on the job working, they go to the local union. The local union has an instructor that they are paid. They're on the job. And training these people that have been, I don't know what they've been doing, different jobs, but at a whole lot lower scale. Train them to operate cranes. And of course, we're subsidizing the local union. That's where the money will come from, that they're going to pay them. It'll cost the local union nothing. They might actually make a little profit on it. I don't know. That's their business. We don't care how they spend it, just so they get the job done. As I tell a lot of these plants and companies, when they're writing them a program, that's your money. If your company will let you, I don't care what you do with it. All you do is fill out these reports and see if people are trained. If the company will give you the money, you can pay all the employees a bonus. You can carry them all out on a picnic, or you can carry it home by you in your automobile. It makes us no difference.
See, Herbert Williams there is perked up there on that longshoreman thing. I imagine you'll be hearing from him for long. All right, Brother Kyle, I'd like to hear from you. And John, if you got anything to add that behind Bob, you feel.
I have a question that I'd like to
Oh,
ask
you
Brother
done
Dees.
heard something you like, hadn't you?
I want to ask Brother Dees something about that. Did you write one of those programs up with L.J. Brown, 469 and Gulf Coast?
Brother Brown helped me get the program with his contractor. In other words, that was the one where the contractor asked how much a local is going to get out of it.
But you did pull the program. You all did write the program.
Yeah. With his help, we went into 2 general contractors. One is Easterland Construction Company, and the other one is Roy Anderson Jr. Incorporated. And we closed out Roy Anderson Jr. last week, and I sent all his compliance reports in, and he should have a check back in a couple of 3 weeks. Eastern Construction Company, they still like another week or 2 weeks or maybe a month. I won't remember to call out, having their time for their training. What we was doing, we were taking construction workers. Mr. Eastern was the one who put us on to this, and of course Brother Brown too. He said he had people he could send out on the job. And he said, you may think it's strange that a man don't know how to use a shovel. Dig a ditch. But says they need training. Says you can take him out there and he can dig the ditch. But says when he has to cut it down to a certain grade, says he needs to know something. And you may know what you're talking about. So that's a construction worker number 1. We're moving a lot of the people that has been hired as construction workers number 2 up to construction workers number 1. Now where's the difference in your agreement on that or not, I don't know. That's the way the Labor Department defines the difference in them. And then we train some people for tamping machine operators to learn to start, service these machines, and these ditch or whatever they use out there, different machines. Tamping machine operators and construction worker number 1, I think, is the 2 categories that we've got that in. And I'd be glad to get some more money to meet you and your contract.
Hey, don't give Brother Brown all that money. Save me.
Well, now, Brother Brown's not getting more of it than you get. He's just training some of these people before they do
Well,
my
I know
job.
that, but what I'm talking about, I'm having the same problem. I'm having the same problem in Jackson County where, you just can't take a man off the street and put him out there on the job and make good labor out of it. He needs training, and usually during the first 60 days, then the man is, he can't really produce because he don't know what to do or when to go or what's next to do. You just have to supervise him real close.
Well, what we try to do is to pay this contractor a little part of his salary, subsidize it. Then he'll feel better to take up a little more time to train him.
That's fine.
And make a better man out of it.
Well, you get refunded again, John. When it gets refunded again, you put your name in
I'll
the
be
file.
right on top of it.
Oh, it'll be in November or December.
All right. Okay, Bob.
President Ramsey, board members, and AFL-CIO. It's a pleasure to get an invitation to come in and speak today. First, I want to give my appreciation to Todd Ramsey, Military Council, and the state AFL-CIO Institute for submitting letters to our national office and to the Labor Department to get our program refunded and the expansion in the past school. First, I think everybody knows our program originated from New York City. We came into Pascagoula late April of 1971, about 27 months ago. Since that time, we replaced a number of apprentices into the metal trade and also into the building trade. We have placed approximately 208 apprentices into the shipyard, 19 apprentices into builders trade. We have placed over 1,300 other people on high-paying jobs into the shipyard also. We are presently under an expansion program. We are trying to expand our staff from presently 5 to 8 members and take on additional office space. Because of the letters that was written from various members of organizations, the Labor Department, and to the Department of Labor, we have got the okay to expand our program. So we will hopefully by the end of this month, we will be taking on this staff. Our contract ends the 29th day of this month. We, this year from September to September, we have placed 113 apprentices into the Metal Trade Council. Our contract goal is 35, so we have tripled our contract goal. So we want to thank various organizations for sending us members, sending us people to join our organization and to accept jobs in the shipyard and in the metal trade. So, that's my program, my report.
Yes, I'd like to add something to it. Bob, I think we placed approximately 1,300 other people in the shipyard other than
the apprentices.
Other than in the apprenticeship program. And by the way, all of these people that were placed in the shipyard were union members. We saw that they had signed authorization check off before they even went into the plant, and we delivered those check-off cards to the appropriate union. For quite some time, we have had problems when first, at the inception of the program, whereby the company didn't want to recognize this program because they knew we were signing up the people that was going in the yard. So after a series of meetings with Ed Lowe, president of the Metal Trade Council, Brother Ramsey, and of course some of our bosses from New York. Then the company realized that we was rendering a service to them and that they was in no position to refuse this service. So we've got the cooperation. And not only that, we build our membership up as far as organizing it, from the organizing end of it. And right now the program is going beautiful. And Lytton has got to the point now that they are giving us a requisition saying on such and such a date we need so many boiler makers, so many electricians, and the whole operation is just working beautiful. And now the national office see where it's necessary for, and we can justify our existence in Pascagoula, Mississippi, We're getting 3 additional staff members, and it just looks like we about to conquer Lytton. Well, I think so, Russell. I think that they came down off of some of those high horses that they had. And of course, you know, some time ago in 1971, they did everything they could to kick us out in the street. And I think Brother Ramsey spent more time down in Pascagoula, Mississippi, than he were in Jackson.
That's right.
And it was simply because Lytton had made a vow, and they had made up in their mind that we gonna get rid of the union.
That's right.
And now we've got about approximately, I don't know, I guess about 18,000 production employees down there.
Right.
And we managed to survive the fight. But it was one long fight. And we still there, holding on. It looked like the cooperation is getting better. You know, things just getting better in Pascagoula, Mississippi. Right. And one other thing I'd like to touch bases on, and that's the teachers in the Pascagoula school system. I don't know who was going to make that report, but I do want to touch bases on that. The teachers has organized, and of course they are having a few problems with the school board, trying to get the school board to recognize their union, which is the EFT.
They've been recognized.
They have been recognized now. So, well, that's some improvement. Now we've got to move in the Moss Point school system. Not only that, we've got to move on out in the county school system. And I'm going to keep my eyes on the maids, janitors, and porters in the school. Just keep on organized. So that was improvement.
Let me make one comment, since you asked me a question. Don't get the feeling too good and go to sleep and let them jerk the rug out.
No, we keep an eye.
They ain't about to go to sleep now after that fight. Now we got another gentleman here who all of you know has been with us before, who is also part of the overall program in the Pascagoula area, Brother Turner, the HRDI representative. Brother Turner, we'd like to hear from you.
Thank you, President Ramsey, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you again tonight. Russell laughed when you called me a gentleman. I crippled him a while ago. It's funny. It is a pleasure to be here, Claude, and we have made remarkable improvement with HRDI since we started Pascagoula. We really didn't know the first year what HRDI stood for, but that's what we were supposed to do. We worked around with the local union, we wrote letters for some of them, but for the last 2 years we found out we had a job to do in our new contract with the Department of Labor. We worked out a deal with the Employment Service on a national level. They in turn told Mississippi Employment that they were going to work with me. So what I have been able to do is develop jobs now through the local union, place them in the job bank. Then they refer people back to the union hall. Well, that means the unions are signing them up as union members before they go to the shipyard. So this is working beautiful. All we need is a lot of people in Pascagoula. We got 1,000 jobs down there, nobody's stuck. And every local union, we got about 9, and they're all cooperating real good with them. Every time they got get a representative from the shipyard, they call me, tell Mr. Carroll we need 75 pipe fitters, 76 packers, and that makes me look good. I put it in the job bank, and if they get some people, they refer them to the local union, they sign them up. Since February, Claude, I've placed 1,153 jobs in the job bank. Total jobs developed since February was 1,224. Now the reason for that is, before we reached this agreement with Mississippi Employment Security, I had already developed some jobs and filled them, so they didn't get them all. Since then, in total job placements since February 1st, I placed 140 people in jobs in the Pascagoula area. Another thing is my prison program. I have placed now this year 28 people in good jobs, and I have sponsored these people from Parchment, and out of the 28, I've lost 3. They've gone back. They violated parole and had to go back, so I feel good about it. I've been asked by Ingalls to sponsor people from Alabama and Louisiana. And I'll be in Montgomery next week, meeting with the parole board over there. And Litton says they'll hire all I can get. And I'll probably be in Baton Rouge, Louisiana in a couple of weeks working on that. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Carol. I don't want to take a lot of extra time on the Litton program, but I think it might be well to take note of a couple of things in connection with this particular situation. We've talked about this at other board meetings. Everybody's aware of the tremendous battle that we had with this conglomerate that lasted over 2 years that John Jenkins is talking about. But it is encouraging that today, John, Bob, Russell, all the rest of you had from down there, that this big conglomerate who had made their brags at the bargaining table that they had $1 million to spend to bust the unions. Now this ain't no hearsay, this they said at the bargaining table. That now today, after about 2 years and a half, I guess, of this type battling, that this company has moved out all of the anti-union management people. They have now got people in running the company who are now working very closely with our unions in the area. And they have, in my opinion, about as good a labor management relations as you can find anywhere. And I thought that all of you as citizens and taxpayers of this state would be interested in that, inasmuch as that you have $130 million invested in this outfit down there, you see. It looks like that they might be now on their way to build ships to meet their obligations and what have you, and that they might be able to pay that $130 million back. I just thought that y'all ought to have that bit of information. In the last meeting we had Merson Weeks, their industrial relations, one of the industrial relations guys, that sat down and met with us and representatives of these programs and reviewed with us their anticipated manpower needs over the next several years. And they are now seeking our cooperation, the cooperation of our labor people, and myself and everybody they can talk to about this program. They have now decided that they need everybody's help. You see, the job is that big. I feel real good about the situation. I know that John Jenkins, Ed Lowe, and everybody else does around. Ed, would you want to comment on that before we leave the subject?
Well, I was just thinking there a while ago when John mentioned about fighting Litton. It looks to me like that instead of us fighting Litton, we have to start fighting the builder trade down there.
Don't stop. We got enough problems, Ed.
I got a call from the company last night saying that they heard that the builder trade was going to put up a picket on our shipyard this morning. And
they just got to have something to picket.
But because we have got a good relationship right now, like Brother D said, we're keeping, one eye on them.
Right.
Behind our back there on them, because these type of people, today you've got a president there that came up through the ranks as an electrician in Brooklyn, New York, and he's an all right guy.
Right.
But then he might move on up or retire or something. And the next guy in line is a Yankee from up in Connecticut or somewhere, and talks out of both sides of his mouth. So
you're just keeping your powder dry.
Right. So that's where this unity, everything comes in.
Right.
And I really appreciate, Claude, the effort and the help that you and Brother Knight have given us. And I was real proud last night when our local bid votes come in the state federation. The only problem is, it looks like that you're going to have an opponent before long. We're going to run. We're going to have to run our business agent against you for president.
Well, he must have took me for what I said. You remember the metal trades meeting? I made a statement down there one night. And I was saying, oh, you're talking about Blinky?
No, wait a minute.
Oh.
Blinky's no part, no.
That's McKenna
No.
they're talking about.
Talk about McKinney
now. Blinky's affiliated with the machinist. He left the pipe fitters because we wouldn't support him. He got mad with us. But the guy I was talking about was Ronnie Rogers, and it's like you said, Claude, you said if the guys didn't like, if people didn't like what you were doing, well then they need to join.
Right.
Then come up and
that's what I told
make
them.
some changes, so that was.
Told them if they didn't like the present officers, including myself, if that was a problem, the reason I wasn't affiliated with the state organization, the proper way to correct that situation was to become affiliated and see if they couldn't do something about Claude Ramsey calling back. So they took me at my word. It's one way of getting them in. And our next job is a Boilermaker.
Because really, Rogers didn't say anything. I was just teasing you about that.
Wow.
I remembered your speech.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's
Yeah.
one thing I'd like to add in terms of two prison programs.
Yeah.
He's got the one in Mississippi, it's fine and dandy, but he went out in Alabama and Louisiana, and we're all supporting this and Linton supporting it, because, we got so many thieves in Jackson County, when we send them all to parks, we got to have somebody down to replace them.
Well said. Well said. All right, let's get on to the next report. The next item is a report from Bob Woodson. Bob, in addition to being in charge of the minority affairs for the state AFL-CIO, is also chairman of the A. Philip Randolph Institute here in Mississippi, which is a part of the overall AFL-CIO program, and I might say a very important part of our political program here in Mississippi. We're going to be successful. I think that our success is going to depend to a great degree on the success of Bob Woodson and his compatriots. Bob has just recently, in the Institute, got through conducting a series of workshops around the state, and would like for Bob to report to the board on his activities in this respect.
Thank you, President Ramsey, to board members and special guests. I'll make my report brief. We are still struggling in our efforts to build a political alliance within the state among other activities. As Claude just mentioned, we just finished conducting a series of 4 workshops within the state. We started back on 28th of July, and of course we went through this past therapy. We had a workshop in Greenwood, we had one in Pascagoula, one in Jackson, and of course one up at Water Valley last Saturday, and this is where we got the socket to the cake. I tell you, that Water Valley hospitality is something else if you ever get a chance to visit them. But we think that the workshops were successful to a degree. We did not get the kind of body participation that we had hoped for, but I would say in the workshops we averaged somewhere from 7 to 14 different international unions as far as cross-representation, and of course as equal or as many or more locals. And we think that what we accomplished in this was a part of our objectives in reaching people and getting them to venture out into leadership and become active in the unions as well as the community and politics. Our workshops were staffed by people who were provided through the National A. Phil Randolph Institute. We've had people who were closely related or working in the National AFL-CIO office in some capacity or other. And also we had from the state level, Brother Knight attended 2 of the workshops and Brother Ramsey attended 2. And I would like to, appreciate what they did in speaking and dealing with the subjects that they were responsible for, and that was the history of labor in Mississippi. And I'm sure that most of you here know a bit about the history of labor in Mississippi, but the people who we were working with in these workshops had not had an opportunity to really have it reviewed to them as it was reviewed by Brother Knight and Brother Reynolds. Of course, I think this will be a great contribution to what we are trying to do. As I say, we think out of the workshops we did accomplish the development of the potential development of new leadership within the local union, especially black leadership within the union. We found that not only are our people apathetic about becoming politically involved, but they're apathetic about becoming involved even in their union activity. We find that really most of them working in factories where there are unions, they don't really know anything about it. They might be a member, they pay the dues, they carry their cards, and that's all they know about it. They don't attend a union meeting. They don't know anything about the structure of the labor movement or nothing. So we feel that in order to really get them politically involved, we got to first get them involved in the union activity and get them union-minded themselves. Of course, we feel that a lot of this is responsible because of the fact most of these folks have an agricultural background. By Mississippi being an agricultural state, they probably came off of a farm or came off of a plantation like I did, and when they got a job making the minimum wage, they felt that they had reached the promised land. So we've got to help them overcome this false impression and let them know that there are better things in life than the minimum wage. And of course, in order to obtain these better things, then they should become active in their local unions and get in and participate. And of course, we know that this is what our livelihood depend on, and this is what we are trying to get over to our people. And as I say, I think we are getting the job done. It's slow. It's a slow go, and but we might give out, but with the help of people like Tom and Claude and the rest of you, we're not going to give up. We're going to keep on, and we eventually are going to accomplish the kind of political alliance we strive for, not only within the labor movement itself, but within the community. Because we realize that the labor movement itself cannot do the job alone, that we're going to have alliance with other people in the community in order to get our job done and elect the kind of officials to public office that will, look to the benefit of the mass of the people, not let just a select few. I would like to also thank other people here from areas such as Sister Hollowell, who was very helpful in getting the workshop together in Water Valley, Russell Kelly, and Brother Turner, and Brother Jenkins, Brother Kyle, and Brother Williamson from the coastal area, and Brother Mister here from up in the northern area of the state. We really appreciate what you've done, and we want you to continue to help us in the efforts and become a part of what we're trying to do. And one thing I would like to mention, that one thing we're still faced with is really trying to project the idea of what the AFL-Randolph Institute is all about to the union people. We find that in some areas we meet a bit of reluctance from people because they are not really familiar with what AFL-Randolph Institute is all about. They think it's an organization that's designed to try and create separatism within the labor movement. This is not true, and I think all of you here are aware of that, and of course if it was, I wouldn't be a part of it myself. It's just an effort to educate those people who are in the labor movement and who show a dislike of interest for becoming involved both labor-wise and political-wise. And of course I'm asking your help, and whenever we call on you for help, I ask you to do your best to give it to us. Thank you, Brother Leonard.
Thank you, Bob. Very good. I'm sure, Bob, that you would like to invite all members of this board to talk to their black members, especially about the Institute, and join you and the rest of the people in this total program.
Right.
We had hopes, frankly, that we'd get better participation from some areas than we did. This is what Bob was talking about earlier. Maybe we didn't do our homework properly because we had a few people around in areas that I'd hope would be there that didn't get there. People like Eddie Williams from Vicksburg, a couple of your guys from Natchez down your way, Bob. People like this. You've got some good guys in your area that ought to be working with Bob. Hopefully we can get them involved in it a little later on. Okay, Bob, thank you. Very good. Let's get on.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
Why don't he have set up, I mean, I know you can't have one every place, but it look like you ought to make one up there around West Point sometime. These boys at Bryant Brothers and B&W both have, I've talked to them about it, and they seem like they're interested, but I can't get them to go all the way to Water Valley or someplace like that to make it.
Curtis, let me say, we hold a meeting once a month in some different area in the state. Now, next Saturday, we'll have our monthly meeting over in Meridian, Mississippi. Now, wherever there are union people who are interested in knowing what we're trying to do and becoming involved, if they'll just give us an invitation and give us a place to meet, we won't put them to the troubles of coming to Water Valley. We'll come to West Point.
I think you
can
did
ask
right.
for more than that. So what you're saying is for Curtis to set it up, get the invitation,
Right.
you'll come
Right.
there.
We'll be glad to come to West Point and hold one of our monthly meetings there.
Be fine, I'm sure it's some of them. Like riding, Tom.
And that will apply to anybody else, right,
I
Bob?
would like to say this applies to interview. If you think that it'll help us to hold a meeting, one of our monthly meetings in your particular town or your particular area, just let us know and you get the people there and we'll come there and hold our meeting. And of course, we usually get several people to go with us from the state organization. And this is one thing I would like to commend the people from the coastal area. They drive all the way from the coast to Greenwood and across to Water Valley and other places to attend these meetings. And I really commend them for doing it. And of course, we'll be glad to come into any area and hold a meeting.
Good.
You would like to have one socket to me cake.
Right.
Okay, so any of the rest of you now, Bob, you might want to talk to some of your guys that might set something in Natchez. I know you got several down there because I've met with them. You got John, what's his name, Calhoun over there with IWA and several members. You might want to talk to them. Maybe that's the answer to it. Maybe come to Natchez, come to West Point where we got the potential. All right, let's get on.
Before you get on, how do you, I think you know our problem down in the southwest area of our state. You got certain leaders. How do you handle that thing, Don? Where you got a fellow like Mayor Fayette,
Well,
which fights this, and this gets into. How do you handle that thing?
Well, of course, we hadn't really had any opposition much from him at all to this point. But the way we would handle it is that if the people there want to become involved with the A-Field Randolph, we'll come in there and have our meeting, and the hell with what he say. That's how we handle it.
I'm not worried.
We want to establish a political alliance with him, but he don't tell us what to do.
Well, I just want.
We'll work with him as long as it's within the framework of the objectives we are looking for. But if he want to step out of line, he go his way, we're gonna still do our thing.
Well, we were in the labor movement long before he
You're
come
right,
down in
right.
the area. I mean that.
Well put, well put. All right, we got another visitor with us tonight that I invited to come over. All of you aware of the fact that the problem we had come up at our last convention, and a motion was adopted to appoint a committee to review our Constitution and attempt to make some recommendations at the next convention for some changes to avoid this kind of a problem. And that motion, also, I just read it again today to refresh my memory on it, authorize this committee to review and make recommendations on any other area that they felt that there might be need. Now, since our last board meeting, I have appointed a 5-member committee here in the Jackson area to do the legwork on this project. Of course, at the convention, I'll enlarge on that committee, but I thought by having a smaller committee they could get together easier. By being from Jackson, it would be easier to get together because this is going to involve quite a bit of work. I appointed Brother Fitzhugh, chairman of that committee. We have got copies of constitutions from other state organizations and turned those over to him. His committee has just now got itself organized. I felt it would be good for him to come over and make this board meeting and say what he would like to say, make whatever report he'd like to make, and at the same time would like for him to hear from some of you. He's interested in your views on this document. He's aware of the fact that that the board is a good representative group of the affiliated membership, and whatever they come up with, they would like to see it adopted, of course, at the convention. Brother Fitz, it's all yours.
President Ramsey, Secretary Knight, and county board members. First off, it's a pleasure to be here tonight, but it's not too much of a pleasure to task that I've been given.
You got our sympathy.
To really start off on how controversial it may be, and was the committee is already in the discussion stage about maybe raising the 20 cents the capital tax up to 25 cents. So this may give you a little off the record idea of where we're at, and I think another look at this financial statement tonight will give the committee a little better view on that, and we'd also like the board's recommendations on the ideas that we are discussing and kicking around at present. One of the ideas that the committee has kicked around and wants for me to throw out for the executive board tonight is that there ought to be a first and second vice president elected from state at large. Now, the reason I say state at large because you will understand when I get further into the recommendations that they're under discussion. Now, let me say again that this is not a recommendation. It's just telling you what we have discussed, and we want your recommendations so we can consider it along with the discussion that we've had. And we're just not recommendations in any form. But it's our idea and with our discussion, I might say that Mayor Bryant with the CWA local and Charlie Horn with the IBEW local and M.L. Perry with the IUE local was the ones on the subcommittee that met. Brother Joe Sant of the laborers was unable to be present. He's also on the committee. It's our position that it should be spelled out in the Constitution if the president of the state AFL-CIO or the secretary of treasury become incapacitated so they couldn't fill their job. It should be spelled out in the Constitution who fills that job to such times that the committee could meet and select a permanent person to fill that vacancy. We recommend this, and we've discussed this as having a first and second vice president, and where they run from state at large and they run for only that position. Whereas that the first vice president would be declined in succession, and if anything happened to one of the president or secretary of treasury, then he would take the secretary of treasury's job. And if anything happened to the president, then the secretary of treasury would take the president's job
And this is all temporarily until the board can meet. In other words, it's not spelled out in the Constitution how a vacancy in the position of president or secretary treasurer would be filled temporarily until anything would happen, in case anything happens. Now, we have 3 items that we're kicking around, and like I say, this is not a recommendation, it's just some ideas that we've come up with, and we want the board's recommendation, that we expand the 5 vice presidents to 10 vice presidents, with still a limitation of 1 per international. And at the present time, there's only 1 vice president can come from any one international. As I said before, the first vice president and the second vice president would be running for the office of the state at large. There will be 3 more vice presidents running from the state at large. And the recommendation is that 1 vice president, under consideration, 1 vice president coming from a district caucus meeting. In other words, this would change the CLU districts in the Constitution to congressional districts. In other words, this has been the change in the surrounding states in our area, where they're going more to congressional districts than they are CLU districts. And it was the general consensus of the committee that possibly the vice president from each congressional district could also work closely with the one that's involved over the legislature and the political action in that district. And where, as far as example, the 4th district, in which whoever is elected vice president with 4th district work closely with Brother Ramsey with the political action that goes on in his district. And where this would more or less set up a closer alliance with the locals in that congressional district, because they would have to have a caucus in order to elect their vice president from their district during the convention. And this might get the locals in that district working closely together, even in the political movement.
Let me stop you right there and see if I understand what you're suggesting.
I understand.
That the delegates at the convention would themselves caucus and select their vice president? Is this what you have in mind?
Well, 1 vice president.
That's what I say, that one that you're talking about.
Right.
You're recommending or thinking about recommending 1 vice president from each congressional district who will be selected by the caucus of the delegates from that district?
Right.
This is what you...
Right, it would be for the locals that's headquartered in that district.
In the district.
They might have some members that lived over in another district, but if the local
Right.
was headquartered.
I want to make sure everybody understands what you're talking about. Now, in addition to those 5, you're thinking about what?
In words, addition to those 5, in words, it's 1, the first vice president and the second vice president.
Would run at large?
Would run at large, and then 3 more would run at large.
In other words,
I say the first and second would run, because the first and second would be running for a first and second slot.
right.
Because they would be the man or lady that took over in case the president or secretary.
They give you 10 vice presidents total. They only give you 10
They
total.
would give
vice-
10 vice presidents.
Well, how many board members are you talking about?
Well, now in this suggestion, I got 3 suggestions. In this suggestion, we're still talking about 10 board members.
You talk about 10 board members in addition to 10 vice presidents?
Right.
Which would be an increase of 3 in the overall
5.
size of the board.
5.
Huh?
5.
5?
Yeah,
What
because
you
you got
president?
5 vice presidents now. If you increase that to 10, it automatically increases it by 5, yeah.
Right.
Let me ask you a question on the 10.
Well, you're short
No
enough.
vice
Okay,
president, more than 1 come from the same international?
It would be the same limitation as far as 1 vice president per international.
On all 10 of the vice presidents?
On all 10. And it would be a limitation of not over 3 from each congressional district on the vice president. See, the 5 elected at large, all of them could be from 1 congressional district.
Yeah.
You put, the consensus is put a limitation on the number, it could be from congressional district.
Not more than 3
Not
from.
more than 3. If you put not more than 2, that would eliminate the 2 congressional districts, or 10
I believe we're
involved.
gonna have a 4-day convention.
And far as the board members will be, one of them would be elected in the congressional caucus at the same, congressional district caucus, and the other, 5 would be elected from large, with no more than 3 from each congressional district. That would mean that every, congressional district would have at least 1 vice president and have at least 1 board member.
I got you.
Now, let me go back to the present makeup. The present makeup is that the first congressional district has 4 board members but don't have any vice presidents.
Right.
The second congressional district has 1 vice president and 3 board members. The third congressional district has 1 board member and no vice presidents. The fourth congressional district has 2 vice presidents and 1 board member. And the fifth congressional district has 2 vice presidents and 1 board member. And actually, in words, with this first one here, in words, wouldn't change any of them, only it would, the first congressional district couldn't have as many board members, but they could have some they would have some vice presidents.
You got the thing bit out pretty good.
Well, that's just one idea that.
I see you've been spending some time on this, yeah.
One of the suggestions is only increasing it to 7 vice presidents. I mean, I keep saying suggestions, this is not
Yeah.
suggestion, it's just an idea. 7 vice presidents and 11 board members. The 7 vice presidents, you would still have a first and second vice president running state at large. This is in all the suggestions, because the committee felt like it should be something wrote into the Constitution as far as temporary filling the vacancy, if it was to occur. And the 5 vice presidents would be elected from district caucuses. This would only be 7, with at least 1 and no more than 2 from each district with the 7. And would that mean that the 2 additional, the ones that run state at large, both of them couldn't be from the same congressional district, because you still gotta have one of the others 5 left from each congressional district. In words, if I get confusing, in words, y'all can ask me any questions if you like it. And the 11 board members, there'll be 6 at large, and 1 board member from each district, and with limitation of no more than 3 from any district on the board members. This suggestion was 7 vice presidents and 11 board members.
No, your election
Now, the
committee
last
gonna be the ones gonna have it.
thing we're considering is changing the entire board to vice presidents. Having a first and second vice president, state at large, and then having 3 more vice presidents elected from state at large, and then having 10 vice presidents, 2 from each congressional district, and a limitation of no more than 4 per congressional caucus. And this would mean that the districts, if you tied it down to 3, it means that every congressional district would have 3 vice presidents. And this is some of the things that we have been discussing. Another item that the committee discussed was about the newly organized locals. There were some of the organized locals that get in and drop out. In the Constitution, they really don't have any voting power at the convention, and it was kicking around in which we hadn't come up with a recommendation yet of maybe seeing the newly organized locals, the one that's just been organized, if they were affiliates after they sign within a 90-day period from after they sign a contract with the company that they represent, then you would take the number of members at the affiliates per month and average it out and figure their delegates at the convention on that instead of dividing it by 24 months. And whereas the newly affiliated locals, that's old local unions, you divide them by 24, and they don't get as much representation at the convention as they would if they've been affiliated the whole time. This is some of the ideas that we've been kicking around, Brother Crabtree. We would like to hear the comments back from the board on some of these recommendations so we can get further into the problem.
All right, who wants to comment first?
Let me ask,
Dwight?
I think I was the one that brought this when I was elected from the Natchez
Wouldn't
area.
necessarily say you was the one,
Well,
but you
from that
were
area, and it was the Jackson area up here.
the situation that developed, yeah.
What he's saying, it's gonna be from the Jackson area, the Vicksburg area, and the Natchez area, which we got about 14,000 members in that area. You were trying, and is this gonna help our problem? And I don't know, I'm not interested whether I get the vice president, if I wasn't interested, I wouldn't run, but you still gonna have everybody from Jackson, Mississippi, if they team up against Vicksburg and Natchez, because we only got about 2,500 people, and you got 10,000 in Jackson, Mississippi. Would they team up in their caucus and elect everybody from Jackson, leaving Vicksburg and Natchez out if you do what he's suggesting from the congressional district now? Well, instead of the central labor thing like we do it under the present constitution?
The real thing.
If they want to do it, that really doesn't matter to me, because, but right See, now the in point Jackson, he's Mississippi, raising, you got though. 10,000, and, according to this sheet here, you got 10,000 members. Natchez got 1,200, and Vicksburg has got, 1,000, which would give you about 2,300 people. In Jackson, Mississippi, they have, 10,000, which they could still do what they're doing. Everybody would be from Jackson, Mississippi.
Well,
Do you want everybody in the state to participate, or you want to spread it out, or you could have it?
Well,
You could have the same thing in the 5th district with 10 or 12 or 15,000 members on the coast. You could have the identical
Right out of
situation.
Pascagoula.
Yeah. Are you gonna try to
Let
get
me
more
ask you
people?
a question. Did not one time in the past, wasn't the
state.
vice presidents elected from congressional districts?
no, I don't
Not
think
as
so.
such.
No, the Constitution, in this regard, has been that way ever since the merger. The limitation from a central body district and from international unions. That was all written in there on the merger agreement. Of course, the thing that you're talking about, is there, and it will still be there, even if you elect them at large, in terms of where the voting strength is. Now, we compile that list there, and Ms. Phillips spent the better part of the day in putting that together on the affiliation by Central Labor Union District. We thought it would be useful information to have before you here when you got into this discussion. It'd give you some idea about where the actual voting strength was, where the affiliation really was in this situation. Now, we got two situations right now, even though we made a lot of progress in the affiliation area. We got two particular areas in the state where we have a sizable number of local unions that have not affiliated or re-affiliated, I should say, with the state AFL-CIO, and that's the Gulf Coast and the Natchez area. Now, if we can get over this hump, and I got reason to believe, Bob, that the paperworkers are about ready to affiliate. That's one of the larger groups we got yet to go. Once we get all the locals in the Natchez area affiliated, you see, that picture's going to change considerably. We're talking now just about the current affiliated unions. That's what you got before you, not what the potential is, but those are the paying dues now. The same thing applies on that Gulf Coast. We got the Boilermakers down there. Kelly, how many they got now? 3,500?
Between 4,000 and 5,000.
See? Well, you can readily see when a local that big comes in. But you see, this organization, the way it's always worked in the past, even though there might be a large group here and there, the members of this organization have exercised a certain amount of good judgment down through the years when it came to electing their officers, their board members, and And even though it wasn't written into the Constitution, they have seen fit to try to spread that representation out. Strangely enough, this thing we had at the last convention is the first time we've had this kind of a problem. And that's the reason it was brought up. I don't believe, Bob, that fear is enough to be overly concerned about. It's there. I frankly don't think we need any longer to restrict the number of vice presidents from any particular international union. If you look at your affiliation picture that we got now, there's not any organization. If they were to all gang up on one body, they could run this organization, and that's good. You got a number of organizations that the membership run up there relatively close. And that means that when you start to elect officers, board members and what have you, then if you're going to swap deals, then you're going to wind up with a pretty good representative group, don't you?
Brother Ramsey,
That's my thinking on that.
May I add also that in many instances, for instance, the Jackson CLU district, it's split in the congressional lines also. You got a big local attendant hall and all the local
Right.
counties.
This is
In
good.
the Jackson CLU figures that would be over in the other congressional
This is
districts.
right. This is right.
So, actually, you would have to get the congressional.
You
figures
would.
also.
This is true.
And this was discussed, was discussed at the 1968, I think it was 68 down on the coast.
Yeah.
At the convention, when I was chairman of the Constitution Committee down there. It was this proposal of changing from the CAU districts because.
This is right.
It was, the discussion that's brought out was that the CAU districts were more, set up before, and was when the outset of the Constitution, and therefore it should be mandated. Now, you've got two problems that you're trying to resolve. To keep the coverage of board members and vice president geographically spread it out, and membership-wise spread it out also.
Right.
And it's almost impossible to resolve both issues at the same time, to geographically spread them out over the state, to cover the entire state, and to cover the entire state by population.
Right.
By affiliating members.
This is right. Those of you who've been around here long know that he's right on this.
That's true.
We've grappled with this one before. It's a tough problem, Fitz, and as I said earlier, I can see that you give some real serious thought to this whole overall problem.
There's one comment, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make on one of the suggestions. The last suggestion on the 10 additional vice presidents, if I read you right, then that would require a meeting of the total board to transact any business.
Well, the way I interpret the Constitution, it was the executive committee, vice presidents is required to meet 3 times a year.
Right.
And
But if they're all vice presidents, then don't this within itself constitute a meeting of the total board?
But the executive board, in words, is only required to meet twice a year.
Right.
And this would mean the executive board would be required to meet one more time, the other 10, because they would then become vice president.
Right.
And this would change a lot of the Constitution, because every time the executive board is mentioned within the Constitution, it would have to change.
Right.
And this would be a great change, but one of the issues in discussion was at the real authority that's given to the executive board member within the Constitution itself. In words, the executive board member is given authority in impeachment procedures, is given authority in the election of a officer when a vacancy occurs, and actually the executive board, all other authority is just recommendation to the executive committee.
Yeah.
And they should consider such, but it don't say they have to act on the executive board's recommendation.
Right.
And this is the reason that we think the executive committee should be expanded, or the executive board should be done away with.
You mean executive committee?
Executive board, and just have
Call
an
it
executive
committee, call it total.
Just call it total committee is what he's saying.
Well,
Which is what I thought I understood.
Have you given any thought to the possibility of an executive committee that could act in between board meetings or something. This is what I think Brother Jackson's got in mind here.
Well, it was, this is what we're open for, more ideas than we have at the present time. That, in words, if you think, in words, you could have 1, 2, 3 vice presidents, elected from state at large, and let the first 3 vice presidents, secretary, treasurer, and the president act as the executive committee or something of that nature. It was also brought up in the discussion that since the board, if you did have a board, and the reason I didn't mention this is because one of the ideas that's been kicked around is not having a board, but having all vice presidents, and was part of the board, because they are elected, be a standing audit committee, and therefore, in words, you cut out an appointment of an audit committee at the time of convention, and with that standing board would part of the board, and what I ain't saying the full 10 members, say 3 or 4 members of the board would be a standing audit committee that would report at the next convention. And where this is also under discussion in committee.
Well, he's told you an awful lot out here to chew on.
Chairman, let me ask a question on this, electing the first vice president, second vice president, and so forth. Why not, if there's no provision in the Constitution, make the executive board or executive committee or give them that power? If you elect a person, he might be willing to serve at the time he's elected or something, but then by the time, if something happened, he might not be able to serve, or he might. I just think it looked like the executive board is elected from all over the states, that they might come up and pick a better man to serve than delegates to the convention. And I know this is not too uncommon that in some internationals, I know our international, if something happens to the officers, the executive board appoints a man.
Right, but the executive board here appoints a man, and what you're just talking about are temporary. And you're talking
No,
about
till the next convention. They get together and pick out a person and appoint them. The executive board has full power till the next convention comes along.
Right, but what I'm speaking about, if something was to happen to Brother Ramsey or Brother Knight, one in which I believe it's a standing motion that the executive board, Brother Knight would take over. But if something was to happen to Brother Knight, for example, and that he couldn't fulfill his office, then that office would actually, either one of them, Brother Ramsey or Brother Knight, the other one would have to carry the entire load until the committee could meet. And what we're trying to set up is where someone could be put in there immediately where they wouldn't have to carry the entire load. The other individual wouldn't have to carry the entire load until the committee could meet to elect someone.
You think this position ought to be filled by the convention and not by the executive board? Now, what he's saying, I think, if I follow
Yeah,
you
I'm not falling out with you in this. I'm saying it should be filled by the executive board or instead of the delegates.
Well,
I mean, you might have to call a meeting and get as many as you can and do something right then.
Let me see if I can get this thing in its proper perspective.
That's right.
The committee's concerned over the fact that we don't have a first vice president who would be designated to take over one of these positions if something happened. This is it. And then I assume a second vice president will move into that spot if, when, and if this happens. Now, the question is how you go about doing this, and what Brother Orman is saying, if I understand him correctly, is that what is wrong with the executive board itself when we have our first organizational meeting, where we delegate duties to the different offices, is at that point name a first vice president. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
I thought I understood you there.
But there's one other complication as I see it. and I guess I'm looking at it from a narrow viewpoint, both Brother Ren's and Brother Knight's jobs are full-time paid jobs. And you meet in a convention in 1974
This is what I'm talking
and
about.
select a person to fill that full paid job, say sometime in 1975. I don't know who would know whether they'd be available for that kind of a change 2 years in.
What?
I would never be. I mean,
Yeah.
and of course, I'm not running for the job. Don't misunderstand me. But say I was named first vice president, and the job come open, I wouldn't leave my job of my own international union to take it.
Well, that's what I was talking about. I was thinking, I believe you misunderstood me, Claude. I'm saying that give the executive board the power to appoint somebody, but not appoint them till it happens.
Well,
and
you've
then when
got
it-
that power now.
Right.
That's the
Well,
way we
I was gonna say,
operate
in the
now.
absence of membership, don't we have that power to do that?
Well, that's what I thought. If we
Yeah,
don't,
that's-
put it in there, but what I'm saying is when something like that happens, you got to find out who's available. You can't elect them 3 years beforehand because like, Jackson says, you might not be available. A man might be available one time and not
And not the other.
You'd be have a hard time finding
I
somebody.
don't think the whole structure would break down in a week before we could get a
No.
meeting to start with. I mean, I just don't.
Well, look, this come up once. As I remember, the minutes should show that at one time we had some problem of one of the officers being ill or had some problem, and the rest of the executive committee nominated Brother Schaefer, one of the vice presidents who lived in the Jackson area, to step up if need be.
That's right.
And it was handled by the board at that time. It never did have to happen officially, but it was set up in case it did. And of course, he was already here, and it wouldn't have been any lost motion. He could have been there an hour after, not a month, and he already lived here. But that was the way it was handled then. Well, how you can project 2 years in advance of who's going to be available, I don't know. I think you might still have the same
That's
problem,
right.
Brother Fitzhugh, no matter who you name. Then when a vacancy occurred, the fellow, you may still have to call a meeting before you got
may
somebody.
still have to call a meeting because he said, I can't take it.
Right.
All right, Fitz he's looking for discussion and
Right.
wants your view. Now let's move down to the other areas that he talked about a little bit and get some expression from you on that before we have to leave the subject. Fitz, you projected about 3 different possible areas of changing the makeup of the board. You apparently have had considerable discussion on the congressional district area, both from a vice president standpoint and from a board standpoint. And I assume that what you're attempting to do here is to spread the thing out pretty well. And then you also suggested, if I remember right, that certain numbers, in addition being selected by congressional caucus, run at large. Could we come up with a discussion on that and get the board's views on that?
We need a discussion on the congressional district idea.
Right,
because
right.
we have to throw that idea out, and we really have to.
This is really what we want to know, ain't it?
Let's start over at another level, either a CLU level or some other form
Right.
of redistricting the districts in order to geographically spread it out.
Okay, brother.
I'd like to ask a question. If this is the first problem we've ever had with what we've got now, what would be the problem with just adding a little language to say that in case 2 were nominated from one district, that we just have election in that district, rather than change the whole structure?
What the CLU did.
Right. I mean, if 2 candidates are nominated for vice president, like they were from the Jackson area, that would be the only one that would be necessary to have election in. The others could automatically be elected.
Well, this would work if you were naming them from the congressional district. This would solve the problem. If you had no contest in the other districts under the thing he's proposing here, there would be no election. There'd only be an election where you had 2 guys contesting for the position. The situation, if I remember rightly, that we got into was something like this, that under the Constitution, no 2 vice presidents come from the same CLU district.
Correct.
All right, so we wound up with
Schaefer and Stanley.
Schaefer and Stanley being
two of the 5 top people, Schaefer and Stanley, of course, being from the same Central Labor Union district, you see. And I guess everybody overlooked the fact that that we had that constitutional limitation in there, and it brought on this problem, you know.
Well,
Now, if you come down to the congressional end of it, and if you agree to that the congressional districts should nominate a vice president or a board member, I'm of this opinion that the Constitution should also have some safeguards in it that the full convention would still be in a position to ratify or reject that nomination. Now, the reason I say that is that I saw my own international union once get into a hell of a predicament where they went to the election of regional directors and vice presidents by just regions, and we had some bad characters move into a couple of districts and like to wreck the whole international union when they had to answer only a small segment of the overall union. And you need to reserve, I think, the final say. It'll only be on rare occasions, I think, where a convention would reject the nomination of a caucus like this. But I think you ought to reserve that right to veto it if the need arises.
well, I got one other comment, and I may be the only one that has thought about this. Maybe the other people do and don't realize how soon it may happen again. If you go to congressional districts, 2 problems could happen. One is, in my lifetime, the number of congressional districts in this state has been reduced. And it probably will be again because it's based on the total population of the United States. As that increases, we could still, if you had a constitution set up by congressional districts and you now had 5 and they reduced it to 4, then you'd have to rewrite your complete constitution then to fit. Then in addition to that, the legislature has redistricted the lines twice in the last 10 years on where the congressional districts go to. So, okay, we go ahead and rewrite our constitution, and then next year the legislature changes the lines. So then you look at our constitution, and people's all in the wrong place because the lines drawn down here and took in this town that didn't take in before. So that problem will exist if you go to congressional districts, unless somebody's got some assurance they're going to stay the way they are, and I'd say they won't.
Well, I think for 1980 there'll be another complete reshift, especially the way the Jackson area and the Gulf Coast area are growing. That I don't think we'll lose enough, but there'll be some.
Well, who knows?
There'll be some redrawing of lines. Any other thoughts on the thing that Brother Fitz has thrown out? If to get through this, I want to throw another one at you.
I think on any district, whether it's CLU or congressional district or anything else, you might have a limitation on how many vice presidents or how many board members come from that district. But I think that delegates from all over the state ought to get to vote for them. I think that it should be voted on all over the state and not by districts. In other words, you can put a
About what I was mentioning.
That's what I'm talking. I've seen the same thing happen. You can get in trouble that other way. Put a limit of how many you want it from that area that can be elected, but let everybody from all over the state vote for them.
Well, you get into another problem too, and let me explain what that is. I don't guess very many unions operate the way the amalgamated does, and that's their business. We operate the way we think's best, and every other union does the same. But we've got a statewide organization, and we caucus, and whoever we're going to support, we decide that in a statewide meeting. In this instance, Doris Miller from Carvent is our board member. All right, you rewrite your constitution, you limit one board member to a congressional district, and some other union comes up with something, then here's my whole union can't even elect their own person because the limit's already there in the district.
Well,
Then how are we going to handle that?
This is one of the ideas I think the reason the suggestion was kicked around is where the locals in the congressional district would start cooperating with each other instead of on a international basis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
They would still cooperate on an international basis for more than at least half of the officers, because at least half the officers always be elected on a statewide basis.
This I understand, except we've never even tried to get as many officers as we could have helped in this organization in the past, that we probably won't in the future. It's only 2 people on the board, myself and 1 delegate. And I wouldn't want a constitution drawn in such a way that my own international union couldn't have some say on who our delegate to the board would serve on a statewide basis. And it's very possible on your drawing of tight district lines and limiting how many can be from a certain district that we'd find ourselves in that position. And I think that would be tragic for any international union, whether it's us or the IBEW, the Carpenters, or who.
Well, we get really affiliated in District 4 down here, and you say 1 man, 1 vote, wouldn't we be entitled about 30% of the votes right now?
Then you
on
get
the
into
board?
that too, but
If you say 1 man, 1 vote, if you wanna argue about what we argue all over the country all the time, say 1 man, 1 vote, what would District 4 have?
Well, I
So
tell
you're
you.
gonna have to have some guidelines to go by now, I mean, what you say.
Well, Brother Fitzhugh has simply brought some things in here, and he wants some discussion, get some views on, and he's give you a lot of food for thought.
I don't want him to think that I was condemning his ideas.
I don't believe I made myself clear a while ago. I mean, at the last meeting, we were aware that there were 2 vice presidents nominated from the same central labor district.
Yeah.
But I think we slip our rights away in the fact that we should have made a motion prior to that the 3 that, or 4 districts that didn't have opponents be elected automatically, and the only runoff be in the one where the 2 was nominated.
I got you.
Yeah,
This is
I
where the
believe that
problem
would be
was.
the most simple thing to solve the whole problem, is just work out that, and essentially.
well, in the final analysis, that's what actually happened.
Right.
Because Stanley got the lowest
Right.
vote in the CLU district, and he was dropped as
Right.
vice president, even though his vote was higher than another district. So technically, that actually
Yeah,
took
right.
place, even though there was no motion made. The man in the district that got the most votes was seated for the job.
Right. But, I mean, that to me seems like the most simple solution to solve the whole
Well,
problem now.
Let me give you something else to chew on before we leave this subject. Now, we broke this thing down, the affiliation by Central Labor Union districts. There has been some discussion in the past on the possibility of working out an arrangement, with the fact that each central body would be given representation on the board, depending upon the number of affiliates from that district. Now, if this was done, it might encourage more participation and affiliation in these given areas that we've been talking about where the affiliation is bad. I think you might want to take a look at that. It would probably mean an enlargement of the board, but it would pay off in the long run. If you could work out something, if a CLU district, we'll say, had 1,000 members, they'd been entitled to a board member. Then for each additional 5,000, we'll say another board member, you know, and then you'd probably want to still retain the right to elect certain people at large. But in my opinion, if you're gonna change this thing and try to get the most out of it, this might be worth taking a look at. Some of the other state organizations follow this approach. I understand it works quite well. Let's get some thought on that.
Let me ask you a question. Are there any limitations on the different internationals? You brought in the same problem that, Brother Jackson was talking about that.
You see, I think if you go
Presently,
this,
there are limitations.
if you go that route, then I think this limitation from international is gonna have to be dropped. I really do. I can understand why that was in there. That was written into that during the merger agreement. There was a fear, I guess, on the part of some people that 1 or 2 big organizations would take over and run the show. I don't think we got that problem today, Joe. I can think of a number of very capable people that cannot serve on this board because of that international union limitation. And we might be denying ourselves of some good leadership because of that limitation, you know? Huh? See, Brother Fitz, you might wanna think about this one a little bit. In order to get the organization restructured and get the best leadership possible out there, you might wanna think about dropping that, at least, enlarging the number from each international. Let's have some discussion on that, get some views here on that particular subject. Does anybody here feel that we need to hang on to that restriction? Limitation of number of board members of a particular international?
I got mixed emotions about it, Claude. Certainly, we would never use it, and we're not even the largest organization by any matter of means anymore, but I don't think anybody that I'm familiar with in the present day labor movement would use it. I don't know what the future would hold. And if one international union did wind up with about half of them, I don't think this would be proper. And if we left ourselves open so this could exist, then maybe we wouldn't be using good judgment, but,
Well, what about enlarging the number from any particular unit?
I think it ought to be enlarged.
What is it now, limitation of what?
no more
Three?
than 2 board members and 1 vice president.
No more than 3, a vice president, 2
Total
board
of
members.
3, total of 3.
Why don't you increase it, say up to 4 or 5?
There's only one international that's got the full amount of board.
Only one international union has got the 3 people referred to, that's IBEW, I believe, isn't it?
We never have gone up to the 3. Of course, Tom comes from our organization, he's exempt from the rule, and we just never went beyond 2 on the rest of it.
Well, we have
For
the
that
same thing, like he
reason.
says, in our international union, District 8 is the southern part now, in Carolina all the way to Texas. And we have grown so much in the south that District 1 up in Akron area has got 7 people of,
6 board members plus 3 up, 2 off.
2 top 9 people, see, and we in a heck of a fight down in the south to get more people on board, we only got 1.
Right.
So when we go to the next convention, we gonna holler 1 man, 1 vote now, I mean, we don't care what anybody says.
We just been through that.
I don't see anything wrong with raising the limit, but to completely remove the limit, I'm not sure would be wise.
Well, let's get some recommendations on it, so
I'd
you'll
like
have
to
something.
comment on that, Claude.
All
We
right.
are, I reckon, the largest group
Right.
in the state now.
Right.
And I'm the secretary and treasurer of our organization. We wouldn't, and I can speak for our body, we would not try to flood the board. I know our people that well. We couldn't if we wanted to. Amalgamated and Carpenters could get together and beat us on everything we went at.
Right.
I don't really see no problem myself.
Well, I said in the present day leadership,
Right,
neither
right.
do I, but say 10 years hence, then we don't know. So.
Man, union people are connivingest people in the world when it
Yeah.
comes to politics.
I done been through that. Just keep talking. I'm gonna get the boy market down on the coast and I'll argue with you.
Yeah, this Boilermaker, don't you done heard that?
Yeah, but
4,000
wanna draw the
figure down
line,
there,
it's
Russell.
too tight, or you'll be living, you won't get there.
We get out here in the unions and preach one thing about 1 man, 1 vote, but when it comes to our own organization, we don't practice
That's
that
right.
anymore. No, sir.
Well, they've done a pretty good job, Bob, though.
Oh, there's some
You'll
good
have to- You'll have to hand it,
Well, like in my, let me tell you what, in my own local union, the tire building division is the biggest one there, and they got 400 people in there, and we got 9 on the executive board from the tire room. 9 from the tire room on the executive board. And we have begged them for years to go for the
Yeah.
maintenance and all these other skilled trades, and skilled trades don't have 1 man, only because they only got 125 people in the plant.
Brother
That's
Fitz,
not right.
have we give you any useful information, or have we further confused you?
Well, and when you gave me some information about what we was kicking around, but you hadn't given me any alternatives.
We didn't give you no remedies.
We didn't give you no constructive criticism.
Because, if you go to 1 man, 1 vote, Brother Flowers mentioned, and was with the CLU, then you come up with a problem there.
That's true.
In which possibility in which you could still geographically, not be represented. And, this, and with what we was trying to do is not only spread it out, geographically, but also,
we're trying to enlarge the whole thing, the district, larger than the CLU district. We thought the only way you could do that and split the 13 CLU districts up would go by the congressional lines, so that's the only other division we know of in the state that you could work with. Because you got 13 CLU districts.
Right.
And 13, 14,
13, possible 14 in the making.
And we felt like if you went to each CLU representative, then that would be inequities in that. And it would also make the board too large.
Make it larger, sure.
Yeah.
Well,
And personally, it's an inequity. You take the list is made of Jackson and Laura, for example. You got 10,000 people in Jackson, 500 in Laura. Well,
right.
That's going to be an inequity there.
This is true.
Of course, there's another 3,000 or 4,000 in Laurel that's not affiliated. The Masonite plant, I don't, Lord knows how many people it works now, but it's not a part of the rest of the labor movement. They won't join.
Right.
They could get affiliated. That's like that Boilermakers, huh?
Yeah.
They're not in the labor movement, yeah.
They're
We're
married,
working
it's
on
not
that,
with
then
us,
the
brother.
Boilermakers going to come up here and run this organization.
We got the pipe fitters coming.
I believe it's the Alabama AFL-CIO has got the county's name in their constitution.
They got the county's
They
name?
got on the board members, they got the counties, which board member is supposed to serve in. And
Oh,
this
county.
is quite a bit of constitution, if you get into that
We
phrase.
had to
that's
have
called
82 board members. We've been.
Couldn't get none from some of them,
Well,
though,
we
any
small
more
convention
members.
We have nobody to even belong.
That's right. Well, if the county be left out, I don't know.
I don't mean it's one board member per county, I mean names of the county is spelled out for that board.
Oh.
Yeah, I see.
They got some
You
sort
serve
of
the group per
district.
county,
Yeah.
but it's, yeah, I follow you. It's not one per county.
Right.
Well, shall we leave that subject or not?
I'd like to ask another question,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. When does the committee think they'll have this prepared to finalize?
Well, I was going to, Joe, make a suggestion to Fitz that for him and his committee to get their proposal pretty well down that they think they'd like to present, and we will probably have a board meeting sometime after the first of the year. Maybe this would give them time to bring that to the board and have it down in black and white as what they would propose, and at that time see what we could do with it. That'll meet everybody's approval. We'll handle it that fashion.
When now, Brother Chairman?
Somewhere not long after the first of the year. We'll need to have a board meeting next year, you see.
This will be done before the convention.
Oh, by all means, we'll have,
October.
see, our convention is not slated to come up until October of '74. And, of course, that's next year, but it's over a year off. But we'll have a couple of board meetings before that convention. We'll have a chance to chew this thing over and kick it around considerably before it gets time to present it to the convention, you see.
Let me say this, Brother Ramsey, if I understand it, and we will make our recommendations to the executive board, and the executive board will come up with the resolution that will be put to the Constitution Committee, and we won't make the recommendations to the convention, the subcommittee.
Well, I checked the language on that motion, and the motion was that it be, the committee be appointed to make recommendations to the next convention. But being practical about this thing, I think the sensible approach to it is to try to get it approved by the board before it's presented. I think it would assure its passage much easier. Right.
As I understand the idea that we've been kicking around, and it would be supported by the executive board, and this is something we want, and we want to come up with recommendations that the executive.
It'll meet the approval of the board. Well, I think that's practical. I think everybody agrees with that. Well, Fitz, I want to say, you know, right now that I appreciate what you've already done. I can see that you've already given this whole matter a lot of serious thought. And hopefully maybe sometime before long when your committee meets again, that maybe Tom and I can both sit down with you and give you the benefit of our thinking, as we think the board feels and so forth, if you think this will be of any help. And if you think, you know, that your committee, I'll check with your committee from time to time, and we won't set that board meeting until I know that y'all are pretty well ready to make a report to the full board. You know, does that meet everybody's approval to handle it this way? Tom? Okay, so let's handle it that way.
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's been three conventions.
Yeah.
Last convention that we had in Jackson, there was a motion put on the floor about way of electing the officers and the executive board members, and I understood that it was going to be something looked into and recommendations brought back concerning this. I believe you'll check the minutes of that meeting, that there was a motion put on the floor, and I believe it was said that they would check into it and come back at the next convention, and somebody must have overlooked it or something. I just wondered if this could mean it. I believe it was a convention that last convention we had held in Jackson at Heidelberg.
Yeah.
Yeah, which would be what year?
This is the committee. Let me read.
Well, I'm
let
talking
me
about
read you the language from the convention proceedings.
He's talking about on the election
about
itself.
how you hold the election now, not on board members.
The mechanics of the election?
Yes.
Well,
let me tell you, let me give you guys some good information now, some good encouraging news. Pass these things down, let everybody get one of them.
Let me add that this has also been kicked down in the subcommittee is the election, it's the progress of the election itself. And one of the general agreements in the committee that's forward at the proceedings of the election and the requirements on the nominated officers should be fully explained at each nomination as far as the guidelines of the nominations and the elections thereof, each time before the election.
That's very good. Now the thing that passed these rules out for, this is the new rules issued by the AFL-CIO governing state central bodies. You know, I've been serving on this advisory committee to Meany on this in this area for several years now, and one of the changes in these rules that you'll find, and won't expect you to read them tonight, take them home with you. But there's one thing in these rules that I'm happy about, and that's the fact that our method of balloting has been approved by these rules. In other words, under the old rules, it would have, if you followed them closely, been necessary to have had a roll call vote and every delegate get up and announce how he was voting for everybody. It eliminates the secret ballot or the ballot that we were using. Under these rules now, the procedure that we use is okay. That simply, we use a printed ballot with the name of the delegate, the number of votes he's allowed to cast, and then be impounded and kept for a certain period of time, you know, and it serves the same purpose as the old rule. So we're in good shape on the election procedure is what I'm telling you. That one bothered us, if you remember, at the last convention. Right. Okay? All right, so if everybody's satisfied, we'll get on to the next order of business, and Brother Fitz, we'll work with you and invite you at our next meeting. We get it set up sometime after the first of the year.
Brother Ramsey, y'all will excuse me now, I think I'll go and maybe y'all can discuss.
We'll be happy to have you stay as long as you want, Fitz. You know, but if you gotta go, we appreciate you coming.
I'd already made plans.
All right, and we'll look forward to working with you in the future. Okay? All right, the next item on that agenda is a little discussion on the 1974 convention. Brother Knight, you want to take a couple of minutes on that one?
Well, I can. As I recall, the board, I believe, at its first meeting, the second meeting since the '72 convention. Taking action on the convention as has been the policy because of accommodations, facilities and whatnot. And the board at that time voted to have the next convention in Jackson. And of course, to have it in October for several reasons. One was the legislature's in session every year. And on even years when we have our convention, of course, as everyone knows, the congressional primary is upon us the minute the legislature adjourns, being the first Tuesday after the first Monday in June, which doesn't give us any time. And it was decided that it just might be good to move it up to October to get away from the legislature and away from the primaries. And of course this would come right in the middle of any general election campaign we might have. And of course there's different ways to look at that. But it was felt that it might serve some purpose, that if we were in one or more congressional elections, or for instance in the presidential election year, that a convention in October might serve a purpose. At that time we'd want to rally our people together, and it would be an opportune time to maybe discuss the strategy and whatever we wanted to do during the last 10 to 15 days of that general election campaign. So the officers were instructed to check out facilities and arrangements here. Of course, as you know, there's been a new hotel under construction here now. I think the foundation will be rotted by the time they get the roof on it. The Hilton on State Street. You know the problems we've had with the Heidelberg. I think that just about 9 out of every 10 delegates said to me as a result of the last one, there's something about the old bedrooms. Of course, they didn't have much time in the bedroom. They went in and taken a bath in them big elaborate showers they have there, and turn around and come back to the convention. But anyway, everybody complained, and rightly so, with the doggone rates they charge. They're charging almost the same rates as you pay in a modern motel. Anyway, we began to talk to the Hilton Hotel people. And just last week, actually, got some figures on what they expect to do with that place. Now, old man Bill Green, who used to be manager of the Edwards Hotel, is going to be the manager. First, me and the secretary got a little bit nasty with each other on the phone. And turns out that singles are going to be $20 to $25 a day. Doubles 25 to 33. And I said to him, well, you will have special rates, I presume, for groups like ours. No, there won't be no special rates. That's it. So the arrangements were attentive. Well, I've taken it up on myself after I did that, after I had that conversation, just for curiosity, to call the Sheraton down in Biloxi, the new Sheraton. Most of you know that's an elaborate outfit. Asked the young lady what their rates would be in October. This is when the tourist season's over, October '74, and she said that $16 a day for singles and $21 a day for doubles. Absolutely no charge for any convention rooms or convention hall or whatnot where you have as much as one meal left. And of course another thing here about this thing in Jackson, they never did really say that there'd be no charge. They said, well, they didn't think they would be for convention halls and committee rooms and etc. I said, well, we've never paid where the people stay there and eat there, most of them, and we lately have had a policy of at least one banquet or dinner. But their attitude is simply this, that, well, we're the Hilton on State Street and you take it or leave it, you know. And their attitude at the Sheraton Biloxi was altogether different, of course. Now, I realize that this means that people traveling all the way from one end of the state to the other. Now, something else we've also found out here tonight, one thing we knew, that is the IBEW convention, will be held in October. Brother Davis tells me he's not sure. He thinks it's the fourth Monday. Well, this, of course, would be over
our convention would be over and give the folks time to get on to their convention. Now, Brother Jackson tells me that the amalgamated, first time in its history, which has always had its conventions in May, has decided now to go to October. So now we got a problem. We got a problem with that, and he don't know what date.
I'm trying to get it.
So we've got several problems now confronting us on this business of convention facilities and just when we can have it, if we can have it. And I'm just about ready to make a motion, we have a rock festival down on the river.
I
second that motion.
I might add something. We in the tentative agreement of building the convention hall in Natchez. And I don't know when it's gonna be complete, but I'll let one of you fellows know before the next board meeting. It's gonna be a real rushed up job. They fix to build an elaborate convention center.
Well, let me read the motion adopted at the last meeting. I think it's important to be read because if you're gonna change his mind, it'll take some action at a night to rescind action at the last meeting. Motion by Vice President Kelly duly seconded that the 1974 biennial convention be held in the city of Jackson at the Hilton Hotel on October the 14th and 17th, beginning at 1:30 on Monday and adjourning at noon on Thursday. Motion carried. So that was adopted at our board meeting on June the 7th after the last convention. I'd like to bring this matter up because according to that we're restricted on the dates and the hotel. If you want to rescind that and adopt another.
I move we rescind that motion. I'm not joking.
Well,
Some people can't reduce the rates. You second it, Bob?
Man, any hotel, we've got that.
Anytime they won't reduce the rate for 300 people to stay in a hotel, and heck with them.
All right, you want to rescind the motion that was adopted there, and then probably take the matter up and take an act on another motion, right? All right, you've heard the motion, rescind the action taken in connection with the convention dates and facilities and town on June the 7th. Motion has been seconded to rescind that action. Do we have any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, now, what is your pleasure?
I'd like to make a motion to give the two top officers the authority to negotiate with some hotels or motels around the state and bring it back to the next board meeting.
Well, that will, I guess, take care of the matter. If you want to have it, this is the problem you get into. These are the problems. Well, these are the problems. Let me tell you what.
Bring it back to the board, but that's.
Well, let me tell you what one of your major problems is. These doggone hotels are being booked up 2 and 3 years in advance. This is one of your major problems, and that's the reason we adopted that motion down there, was to try to find a place, you know, and a time and everything, and get it nailed down early. I guess your motion is about the only sensible thing to adopt here, Bob. We'll do the best we can. Now, in that motion, you selected Jackson as the site, the Hotel Hilton, and the dates. I think the date is going to be important. We don't want to find ourselves in conflict with a couple of our big organizations. I think we're going to have to wait until we see when this is going to happen. Now, your motion, did we get a second to your motion?
That's right.
All right, a second. If that motion is adopted, then I assume that you mean that we'll take a look at the site, the location, plus the dates.
And plan where we're gonna meet
All right.
and the dates.
All right, and then if we get the word about these big international unions, and what we'll have to do is make reservations at the hotel on a tentative basis until our board meeting. That'll take care of it, won't it, Tom? All right, we're having a further discussion.
Well, if y'all come to us for the cheapest place and the best, we're gonna have to back you.
We might come to Tupelo, there ain't no telling.
We've got the convention hall, I don't know where we'll put
Get
you,
some
we have to hang you on a nail.
We get some pup tents to sleep in. Okay, any further discussion?
If anybody's got any suggestions to help you with it.
Mr. Chairman, there's one thing, yes, not quite clear now.
Yeah.
In Russell's
motion.
Yeah.
He specified in addition to the town
And the day.
everything. The days now, you know that we changed this thing a little bit, and we talked about this starting Monday noon, going to Thursday noon for several different reasons, and all of you are aware of this. Do you still want to leave this in there, Bob?
Oh, yeah.
This
The
time
meeting
element,
time
the
and
day
the
of the
time
week.
we're gonna meet and everything the same, but the
The place,
facilities,
the date,
dates
and the
the
hotel.
place we're gonna meet
All right,
as well.
good. Gotcha. All right, all in favor of the motion signify it to say an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered.
I tell you, it might be a good thing too, Tom, if you can get a place, is to kinda nail it down, because time we meet.
Well, we'll have to.
That
Oh,
thing might be.
yeah.
We'll have
That's
to.
right. You
Where
gotta-
is that,
you gotta nail it
Central
down.
Labor
You
Union
can't get
stuff?
it.
Thought about going from one end of the state to the other.
That's agenda for tomorrow's meeting.
Ropework's talking about going to Honolulu, he's talking about driving 300 miles. Nobody gonna drive 300 miles. Get out of Miami. I think it would be nice to have it on the coast where the people's family that goes down there with them would have something to enjoy.
They had,
We're passing out
motion
all
on the
kinds
floor.
of
Last time we
bunch
was at
of
the
old
last, on the coast, they said it was never going back, the most expensive convention we ever had.
Lord, and the rain and the mud and
Food,
I don't know
sorry
what,
food, so what you gonna get?
I don't know what the rest of it was, but I remember I was
We
bored.
swore we'd never go back to the coast.
oh, I liked that coast, I did.
Coast is alright,
Yeah.
it's running most room,
Well, and then all the rain
What we gonna have
and
to
the
pay for,
mud
what,
and
you
everything
gonna get
else.
what you gonna have to pay for, we gotta get it from
Down
the
there,
Crummy
it did
Highway.
rain.
It did rain, and they're about washing us off of the world. Don't you remember that? The day we was all coming in, it was just coming down in sheets.
Oh, I didn't come in that day, I come in later.
You were lucky.
Couldn't even tell where Highway 90 was. You could tell
Oh,
where.
it was beautiful all the time we was down there, we got in late now.
And
You
when,
didn't come in on Sunday, then.
No.
no, and when we drove into the hotel, the little gully there, my car just sank down in it, the whole trunk, everything in the trunk wet.
Got wet, yeah.
It says, yeah, they ain't got but 10%, little dip, 16.
10% of their
It's the only
revenue.
ones that got.
All right, we're gonna try to move this thing on and try to get through here before 10 o'clock if we can.
This is it, the sheriff.
The items we've just passed out to you, one is the agenda for the meeting tomorrow that, where we're asking the central body leadership and some of the full-time officers and a few other people to attend a meeting to discuss, frankly, what can we do to be more effective with the state legislature? This is what this is really all about. Now, it was our thinking that we ought to have a program of some kind to present to that meeting tomorrow. And what we have actually done here is to come up with a couple of alternatives, proposals that we thought ought to be considered by the board for tomorrow's meeting. This is what we have thought about quite extensively, and we kicked it around quite a bit as to what approach should we take. We come up with two specific ways of dealing with the problem. One would be a workshop on Saturday, one in each congressional district, and one at large in the Delta, in order to cover the state in this fashion. Of a workshop in Hattiesburg, one in Jackson, one in Meridian, one in Columbus, one in Tupelo, and one in Greenville. If you take this approach, this will be 6 workshops pretty well on a Saturday afternoon, inviting the labor people in that district with some members of the legislature and things of that kind. The other proposal, the one that I think will probably be more effective, but it'll certainly be more costly, will be the ideas that you have in front of you on print, where we would set up dinner meetings in each central body district, inviting the delegates, the labor leaders in the area, along with the members of the legislature from that area, and have a discussion about our legislative program with them on location, so to speak. Now, what we've done is prepared to you a suggested date of meetings. All of them would be starting at the same time. This would probably start, say, about 7 o'clock at night and wind up about 9 or 9:30. It would mean that Tom and myself would be touring the whole state and meeting with each one of these groups. Now, to do something like this, it will cost considerable money. Don't know just what it would cost. We recognize the fact that a number of our labor councils do not have a lot of money, and would not be able to pick up the total cost on something like this. And in order to do it properly, that the state AFL-CIO will probably have to kick in a certain amount of money to help put it on. We've done a little figuring on this. If you want to take this approach to it, then we feel that we could suggest that the state AFL-CIO would underwrite up to $200 the cost of putting one of these affairs on. Some of our central labor councils are financially well off, can probably do it without any assistance, but I know a number of them are not. Now, if we were to kick in $200 on each one of them, of course, it would run to $2,600. I think personally that this money would probably be better spent in this fashion than spending $2,600 over here lobbying on the site. That's my frank opinion of that one. I think it'll do a lot of good this way. But that is the two suggestions that we have here tonight for consideration, and whatever's adopted tonight will be presented tomorrow at that meeting. Now, we have, I should tell you, I think, that on that agenda, we passed out the agenda for tomorrow's meeting. We're inviting Senator Con Maloney to make a brief appearance for the group tomorrow to talk about the muscular dystrophy telethon that's going to be put on by Jerry Lewis beginning on Sunday night before Labor Day and continuing on through Labor Day. We've communicated with all of you on that program, and we hope to get into that some more tomorrow. But we thought with Maloney talking to you about the program might generate a little more interest. Now, Walter Brown, who from Natchez, a very progressive-minded member of the House of Natchez, is going to address the conference tomorrow afternoon after lunch. He's going to talk to us about the need of rule changes in the House and what he thinks that labor movement should be doing or should do and so forth to be more effective. Let's open this up for discussion now on what your thoughts are on the kind of a program this fall we're talking about.
I got a question. I noticed in the news recently where some member of the legislature on the coast has pre-filed a bill requiring certain things in regard to groups who lobby the legislature on where and who they spend money with. Are you familiar enough with what he filed?
I haven't seen the bill, but I know what you're talking about. I will be checking it out.
This would well have a bearing on what we're discussing here. You
well,
say
this wouldn't be classified.
No, but you made the reference that the dinner meetings in the different areas might be money better spent to spend it on the Hill.
Oh, yeah.
I'm raising this question, if they do pass such a law, we might even be prohibited from certain lobbying activities on the Hill that this would not touch, this type of a gathering.
Yeah, this wouldn't be touched.
Right, that's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
You need a motion to that effect?
Yeah, well, however you want to do it, I think we ought to kick it around a little bit and see how you feel about it.
I agree with you, because if they see you and Tom Knight over there every year at this thing's meeting, they say, well, here's Claude Ramsey again.
Yeah.
But we get some people in these local areas over there.
Right.
We get some local people. You put on these, now we want you in Jackson on this day. This concerns us. If you had 10 or 15 different faces from organized labor, then I want to copy this. They're just asking for it, or calling on Walter Brown or whoever it is in your area. It'd be a whole lot more effective than just one fan over there all the time. I'm not taking anything away from anybody what they're doing over there.
Well, you see, I agree. I agree that the man's constituents have much more weight with him than me, a Tom Knight, or anybody else from another area. That's the idea behind having these meetings in each central body district, where he'll be looking at his constituents.
I think this dinner ideal, will really show more and carry more weight and all. I mean, it'll be more impressive than any meeting you'd have and just talk to them. I mean, if you show them that we're interested enough to sit down and at least.
Will we know what's gonna be introduced by the time these dates that you got in October, November? What's some of the things that's going?
Oh, they've got a whole list of bills that have already been pre-filed. I just got another list of bills that have been pre-filed today. There's already been, there's 60 or 70 bills that have been pre-filed in the House and about 40 in the Senate. And most of the things that we'll be talking about will have been pre-filed or in the making by the time we have these meetings. Now,
Well, let me ask you a question,
Yeah.
Brother Chairman. How many people from all these districts, you talking about North Delta, Greenville, all the way down to Macomb there, has ever been up to Jackson? I know we sent some up there on the.
now we ain't talking about coming to Jackson.
No, I'm talking about even down, you doing all the lobbying, but how many of these people have helped you in Jackson when you were lobbying? I mean, from district to district.
You talking about our people?
Yes.
Oh, well, what we've done in the past is, depending on the situation, we've had people come in to testify on particular bills. We had done this last year. We had, there's several of you present here. I remember one time, Grantham, that we had you to bring a delegation up here, and then last year we had Russell Kelly and Ed Lowe and Slim Hedgeman. And some of your people from Natchez on the doctor's provision in the workman's comp. This is the type thing that we've been doing, Bob. We haven't had the financial resources to bring several people in and take care of their lost time and expenses to do the type thing you're talking about. Now, what we're talking about here is a meeting in each central body district, a dinner meeting, and then try to get our labor leaders plus the members of the legislature at that dinner meeting in that immediate vicinity, and bring it right down home to them, where they'll be looking at you and the other people that vote for them. This is frankly what we're talking about.
That's what, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt this program as you've outlined it to us.
On the dinner meeting?
Let me ask a question on this.
Yeah.
Who are you talking about inviting here? Everybody that's a member?
No, let's clarify that. I'm glad you brought that up, Joe. You're the president of the central body in Tupelo, right?
Right.
And we have several other central body officers present here tonight. Now, if this is adopted, then the people that are invited to this meeting from the labor movement will be invited by you and the officers of the central body. Now, you can't feed the entire membership in that area. I think.
Come for a free meal.
All right, the sensible thought here, I think, is to invite the delegates to your central body, and of course you might have a few other international reps and a few other people maybe that you're trying to get affiliated, the leadership of a local, that you want to invite. But this is the type thing that I'm thinking about. The people that would be invited from the trade union movement would be invited by the central body. Now, it's going to take a lot of work in getting ready for this thing. To begin with, the central bodies themselves would have to make the arrangement for the place and let us know as soon as possible, And you'd have to let us know what part of the cost you could carry. You got me? Right. Then we'll have to do a mailing to every member of the legislature, the Senate and the House, inviting them to these meetings. And it's going to be a pretty good task just doing all of this, you see. And we've allowed ourselves, if you'll notice, starting on October 1, that's the month of September. The CLUs will, most of them I doubt, be meeting on the first of September, which means most of them are going to have to convene an executive board to make this decision. Now, what Kelly's motion will do is be that we adopt this program
I guess, subject to the approval of the central bodies, Russell? Subject to their participation, certainly.
Of course, it has to
Would it have to be?
Right. All right.
Uh,
Yes, Brother Taylor.
I'd like to drop this out into the discussion. It's one thing to have these politicians come and sit down and dine and see the people and let the people see them.
Right.
And go on back and forget everything.
Yeah.
Now, in the face of the fact that a lot of these bills will have been pre-filed,
Right.
somebody should be prepared to enter into a down-to-earth discussion of the merits of
Of the
the
bill.
pre-filed bills and be able to hold your own in case you have a position and they have an opposite position, and discuss that thing in depth. That's what I think ought to happen.
Well, that will, I guess, fall back as my responsibility. I'll have to make sure that we've got all the pre-filed bills and be in a position to be able to discuss these things on an intelligent basis. And I assume that if this is adopted, that Tom and myself, I know that we'll make a special effort to be at each one of them ourselves. You see, to help the central body officers carry the ball in this respect. I couldn't agree with you anymore. You know, we're gonna have to be in a position to discuss these things on an intelligent basis. No question about it. Any other discussion on the motion?
You say that the Central Labor will be able to invite people that they want, I mean.
The Central Labor Council is going to be expected to pick up most of the tab in this respect. The meetings will be sponsored by the Central Labor Unions with the cooperation of the state AFL-CIO. Therefore, the central body itself should be the organization to invite the labor people, decide what labor people should be invited. Does everybody agree with that? I don't think we ought to make that decision up here. Joe?
That's right.
All right.
No, I wanna get more people involved, though, I mean, I.
Well, you get down, you see, we hope that there'll be a couple of things come out of this type thing, Bob. We hope that these kind of meetings will generate more interest at the central body level. You know, we got a problem in your area of getting participation, getting the central body going. Well, maybe this kind of a meeting will generate more interest. In addition to helping us get something done on the Hill on the legislation, it'll serve a twofold purpose. You know, and of course...
Black people to come, would it be possible to get Bob Watson to come along with one of you?
To do what?
Bob to come along with you?
Oh, yeah, we can
invite
work
him
it out.
down to come along with you?
Sure.
Well, I mean, maybe wouldn't.
Well, who would be inviting representatives?
We'll take care of that out of this office. You know, and of course, we'll have to work this out. If you want to send your representative, senator, an invitation on your stationer, then, you know, we got all the addresses and everything in the office. We can do that. We can probably get an invitation. It would be better to get it out on your stationer, invite them. I think, frankly, it'd probably be more effective. And then maybe us do a follow-up letter a little later on, urging them to attend, that I intended to be present in something like this. But I frankly think a letter from you as president would be more effective than a letter from me, because you're one of their constituents.
Could I say something before you just make a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
Figure something out. It was why I was talking about who to invite. It crossed my mind that if you hadn't got any particular people, say send a letter to each local union. If it's not too many, if they can cover the tab, inviting the principal officers of that local union.
Right.
Then anybody else that's interested in labor.
Then they find out in the central labor body, sign them up while they're over there.
Right, well, now...
Meet them at the door with an application.
Well, let's say this. This would be the sensible approach, you know. But again, it ought to be done by that central body, don't you think?
Well, most of the central bodies have got their own letterhead.
Yeah.
All of
Now,
that.
they could write the letter, and you.
Them that don't have it, if we get a piece of the old one, we'll make a letter.
Well, let's say this, if this is adopted tonight, if it's adopted tomorrow, then the next thing we have to do is to have a meeting of the officers of the central bodies, and we'll do this as soon as we adjourn in here tomorrow. See, because we have a lot of work to do. We don't have, well, we've got, a few people, we got a few central body officers here, but we don't have enough. We don't have enough.
Let me ask you, how come you put us on the top list? That don't give us much time.
5 weeks.
We just,
Labor Day comes.
we just started at the top of the state and come down.
It's it'll be real fast.
That's the way it happened.
We do have a
And we could start at the bottom of the state and come up.
We do have a central body meeting though for
Hey,
that.
the frost falls up there first.
Want to
We
start
won't
there
get
before it
the
gets
frost.
too cold.
Oh.
All right, we got the motion on the floor to adopt the proposal. Do we have any more discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, that completes the items on the agenda. If we open now for anything that any member of the board might like to present at this meeting.
Should I make a short announcement right
Yes.
here? We will, since there's not a convention this year, and since the food is on the state organization tomorrow, we will be asking everybody to buy a Coke ticket at the door in the morning, and Amy and Doris will be at the door at 9:15 with their Coke books and everything, so
Well,
we'll be waiting for
Glad
you.
you told me. Glad you told me.
Huh?
That's all right, we'll take the $2.
I see.
Maybe without the dollars.
There's a couple of items here that I want to bring up. And I guess I'll do this before we call again to see if you got anything you want to bring up. But there's one item that probably we ought to take a position on. A bill that's been introduced, a constitutional amendment, at least a bill, I guess this is a bill, been introduced calling for a constitutional convention to rewrite the state's constitution. We have never took a position on that. Since that matter is going to be under discussion this next session, it might be well that we take a position. Personally, I think that we probably need a constitutional convention, if for no other reason than the fact that the state's right to work law is in the Constitution, and it's got no business being a part of the basic document, basic law. And there might be a good possibility with the rewriting of this damn document by a convention, we might be strong enough to get it out of the Constitution and make it a simple legislative act, if nothing else. Of course, that's just one of the small arguments. But
I just said to Brother Taylor, I'd be in favor of rewriting it. If they was gonna improve it, if it's gonna make it worse, I'd rather let it alone.
Well,
Can't make it any worse.
I don't know. I don't know.
well, you know, the matter is there, and I need some guidance on whether we are for it or against it, you know. Theodore Smith has introduced that, it just showed up on the
Mr. Chairman, I'm not an expert on the Constitution
Yeah.
at all, but I'm of the opinion, having heard it discussed and talked about all the way back to the J.P. Coleman administration
Right.
and before,
Right.
that the people that wrote the 1890 Constitution that we're
Right.
living under, I don't think had a corner on all of the brains.
Well put.
And I don't think that the Constitution as such is a sacrosanct document as such. It's not in keeping with the 20th century. It's a 19th century document.
Right.
No question about it.
Right.
And I'm speaking for myself. I would certainly be in favor of having the opportunity to have the legislature voted up or down And the people voted up or down, and have a rewriting of the Constitution.
Right. Make a shot, take a stab at it.
Right.
Did you make that in the form of a motion?
I agree too, brother.
Well, if it's
Not
open for a
only
motion
because
for
of the right to
take
vote law,
position,
but I
yes.
think in the recent years, several courts have torn it all up too, and I think it's, even for that reason, it needs rewriting.
Right, another good reason. Well, you see, this is the situation. The legislature enacts this bill, and it'll provide for the procedure and who, you know, the call and who participates. Then they'll do like Louisiana's been doing for months. They'll attempt to draft a new document. Then after that's done, that will then still have to be submitted to the people. So if we adopt a motion and we go on record in favor of constitutional convention, doesn't necessarily mean that we're okaying the document that comes out of it. We'll yet have an opportunity to take a position for or against the document that comes out.
Right.
You see, that will finally be presented to the people. All right, you offered the motion, Marvin, or somebody?
Yeah,
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Well, that pretty well takes care of the business I wanted to present to you. Do we have anything now that any of you would like to take up?
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we give our two full-time officers a 7% salary increase.
I second the motion.
Well, it's a lot of money. Mr. Knight, you want to speak for it, against it? Now that loads this, buddy, you settled. You're settled now, buddy. Well,
How about me being saddled?
You got the motion, you got a second, so it is properly before the House.
So I get to discuss it first.
Get some discussion.
It's been over a year since we give you an increase, and I believe that, like my members believe, everybody should get a raise every year. 5.5 won't get it.
Let me ask one question. Mr. Chairman, how much longer are we gonna get the subsidies on the AFL-CIO? I mean,
Well,
next April?
I believe, Calvin, that thing is from, what is the date,
It's the
March?
1st of May.
1st of May. It goes until the 1st of next May,
How much is?
without it being renewed. Now, that's one of them. Now, there's two of them. The total amount is $916 a month. The one that we're talking about is $500 a month. The matching grant cope thing is a continual thing. There's no problem with that. So we're really talking about the other $500 that's to go till May of next year. That's the money that we're talking about. Now, I will know after we have that meeting in Miami next October, prior to the national convention, as to, you know, what our situation is going to be in terms of the additional work. Now, I think that we're going to have to put on another full-time girl in the office. Now, that will depend on a continuation of the $200 that we're getting out of these two other organizations. See, that'll take care of that. I don't know, maybe you might ought to be doing a little figuring on this figure that Kelly has come up with.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to raise a question. What is the status of the office workers' contract with the other employees other than the two officers?
Well, we completed negotiations some time back. The office workers unions, the girls there agreed, the last negotiations, that they would like to have the full 7% on that, retirement fund, being that it be increased from 2.5% to 7%, which meant a 4.5% increase in lieu of a wage increase. And that contract is in effect now, and I would.
Until when, that was really my question.
Well, it's in effect how long, Ms. Phillips?
Till April 1st next year.
April 1st of next year. But I would think that if you make an adjustment on salaries for the officers, that the members of the Office Workers Union would also expect a...
That was the reason I raised the question. I didn't want to give the impression this board wasn't considering all employees.
Business.
Yeah.
I think, don't Claude Con take care of that?
Well.
That's what my executive board tells me.
Only if we give them the power to do so.
They have authorized us to do it before.
I don't want no part of that.
No, but the only point I was making here is we ought to raise that question so we know what we're talking about, and so that they will know that they're not being left out. If there's gonna be consideration given, it ought to be, everybody ought to be considered.
I appreciate the thought behind your motion there, Brother Kelly. I really do. And like I've said before, I think this board has done as good as they could do under the circumstances in the past. We have to be practical about this whole situation. You know, I don't, I'd have to sit down and do a little figuring as just to what 7% would do in terms of a balanced budget, and that's what we're talking about here, you see.
We just brought those Boilermakers in.
Well, we
pick up the increase in salary, I mean the pipe fitter.
Well, the pipe fitters, that's another 1,000. That of course, you know, that will be a couple of $100 a month more.
Right.
And of course, we have reason to believe we're going to pick up additional affiliations, but we can't run this organization on anticipated affiliations. We have to have it in the fold first. No, let's take a look at what the 7% will do.
You're talking about $2,200 a year.
$2,200 a year.
It's more than that.
Well, it couldn't be.
It is, though.
$182 a month if you got your salaries up here.
Yeah, but that's just the salaries. You got your retirement severance thing in addition, and all your taxes and all. It's more than the.
Well, you're not talking about increasing the severance part of it, are you?
No, but that automatically increases your pay in. That's based on your taxes and all goes up in proportion.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. Yeah.
So the flat figure is not the total amount.
No,
I'll tell you now.
Figure. I wasn't trying to sit out here. I'm talking about $2,200 a year. FICA pays that anyway, so you wouldn't have to.
Let's do a little figuring on that.
FICA pays that.
In mind when you was talking, when you was doing some figuring there maybe.
In other words, what can we afford?
This is the whole thing, nutshell.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
This raise that we, the board voted last year, right after the convention, I don't remember, you know, was on this freeze. Did y'all get all of that at that time?
Right, it's in effect now. It went through. The salary is now mine is 16, and Tom's is what? What's yours, Tom? 15 and a half.
What I was looking at on that 7% is the fact that January the 1st up to August the 25th, we had an increase of $7,400. Say it to be, you had an increase in the expense. So you got, the way I read this financial report, you have $25,934. Now, you went in the red that you raised $100 a month, you'd be, we'd all be retired and our kids, we've got used up to $25,000.
Well, what we've had happen here is that the affiliations have increased approximately 12,000 since our last convention.
I don't see where this would put much.
That's the situation. I'm sure my wife would want to have a few words with me what I'm about to say. You know, I catch that stuff like the rest of you do, I guess, about the way everything is going up. I appreciate the thought here, but frankly, I think the 7% figure is a little bit high.
really do. I don't think you ought to go that far. I think you ought to come down on it a little bit if you're gonna adjust it any at all.
Why don't we take the whole matter under advisement until we know what we're doing?
I tell you, if I walk out the plant, recommend the 5% of the members, they throw me out through the door. And I figure we ought to take care of our people, you know? Anytime that we can't take care of people, just don't go out to the plant and ask that company to do something we're not willing to do. It's just that simple, the way I feel about it. The money in the bank don't help anybody but the banker.
Well, would you like for me and Tom to leave the meeting and let y'all decide what you wanna do about this? It might be, you might, feel a little better about doing it that way. I don't know. If you would, we can ask, one of the vice presidents to chair the meeting here and,
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna amend Brother Kelly's motion, and my amendment is that this matter be took under advisement by the executive committee and report back at the next board meeting as to their recommendation on the matter.
you wanna offer a substitute motion?
I'm amending his or offering a substitute, whichever is required under the
That would be a
rules.
substitute, would be the best approach to it. The
Okay.
substitute motion, and if that passes, that takes care of the matter. If it fails, then the matter will still be before you, you see. So you wanna make it a substitute?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
All right, the motion is that this matter be, well, let's see if we can get that phrase right. Matter of salary adjustments be referred to the executive
Taken under
committee.
advisement by the executive committee and a definite recommendation on it be made to the next board
Recommendation be
meeting.
made
Motion second?
to the next
Chairman,
board
I
meeting.
second that motion, I don't think it's been seconded.
Brother
All right.
Taylor had seconded it, but
Oh,
I
yeah.
appreciate it.
I didn't know if it had.
All right, you've heard that motion and second, we're having a discussion on that motion. Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carried, so ordered. All right, that takes care of that matter. Do we have anything else now that any of you want to take up before we adjourn? I, see that we're gonna make it pretty close to this, fellas. Looks like you're gonna get able to get on the highway before 10 o'clock. The meeting tomorrow, we hope to get the meeting tomorrow started promptly at 10 o'clock. We'd like to start registering everybody out here about 9:30 and try to get them seated, and get started on time. The meeting itself will convene in Ramada Room number 4 around the corner, right down here around the corner. The luncheon will be held in the adjacent room, Ramada Room number 3. They're gonna set up for lunch in the room adjacent to where we'll be meeting. Room 4 tomorrow for the meeting, room 3 for the luncheon. So we'll adjourn, if we get a motion.
Can I say a little bit?
All right.
Passing these out.
Oh, yeah.
Diane will be here tomorrow, and she'd like for everybody to give them
Right.
to her during the new
All right.
recess.
Right, let's talk about another important matter for you folks also. Under the current arrangement of the Constitution on expenses, you are allowed up to $12 a day expense money and mileage in the hotel and what have you. Now, when we have one of these meetings and have a dinner meeting, naturally, you're not expected to charge the full amount. Now, tomorrow, we're gonna have a luncheon, and we had hoped that you'd follow that same procedure. I would suggest something like this. The luncheon tomorrow is gonna cost us a little over $4. When you turn in your expenses, you take that in consideration, that the council will be picking up the tab on the meal tomorrow. In other words, you shouldn't be charging us over $8 for additional expenses for tomorrow, is what I'm trying to say. Now,
We're just gonna charge you for lunch tomorrow.
Now, on the vouchers and on reimbursement, we'll have, the checkbook here tomorrow afternoon, and after you've checked out of the hotel, and would like to fill out your voucher and get paid before you leave here, we'll see that that's taken care of. Now, if some of you do this, would like to wait till you get home and mail it in to us, and we'll mail it to you, that'll be all right. But we'll arrange to take care of that at your convenience, however you want it.
Well, now
And,
Diane wanted, if they were gonna turn it in tomorrow, I'd like them to give it to her at noon, so she can get them made out, checked by the time they get ready to leave.
I believe they even give me a copy of my motel. I assumed they was probably just gonna turn it into the board.
Yeah.
Here?
You have to ask for,
Huh?
It's on the bill.
You mean bill us with it?
No, we don't like, I'd rather y'all pick it up.
No, what we,
It's best if y'all pay.
no, we can do it in two ways, but we wanna do it one way across the board.